Good morning, everybody, and welcome to part 36 of Starfield. Good to have everyone on the show this morning. All of the regulars and the members and the Patreon supporters. Slatty, Bartfast, Mr. Jock, Brett's Bills, Heather R., Cat5, Tony J, and Spooky with the first super chat of the day says, long-time listener, first-time caller, lol, hi Ox, hey there Spooky, good to see you. Halfway Nuts in the chat says, Ox is probably so excited he forgot to turn on the camera. Oh, there he is. Excited? Do I get excited? I guess I do. At times, occasionally get excited. Playing Starfield, oh, absolutely. I am so excited. You know what I am more than excited is cold. It's a cold day here in the Pacific Northwest. Normally, I'm really hot in this office. What with central heating and all of these really hot computers. But I gotta have my window open so I can smoke, you know? And it gets cold. I'm freezing. John Washburn says, I enjoy the cold. I mean, I do too, to a certain extent. Like, if I had to choose between spending a significant portion of my time too hot or a significant portion of my time too cold, I'd probably choose too cold, as long as it's not freezing. As long as it's not freezing. I think if I had to choose between frostbite and heat stroke, I think I'd probably go heat stroke. But if I had to spend a long period of time in minor discomfort due to too much heat or too much cold, I'd probably choose too much heat. Cedric Bouquet says, Ox, are you going to play Alan Wake 2? Yes. So here's the plan. From everything I've seen about the release date of Alan Wake 2, for me, on the Pacific Coast, it's going to go live at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Pacific. That is smack dab in the middle of Scotch and Smoke Rings. It's not at the beginning of Scotch and Smoke Rings or after it. No, it's right in the middle of it. But this can actually work out to our benefit. So my plan is to go live at 7 o'clock, like we typically do on Thursday nights, have the hour-long Q&A, and I have a sponsor who wants to do a sponsored segment during Scotch and Smoke Rings during the 8 to 9 hour, which is great because the sponsored segment will end at 9. Alan Wake launches at 9. And we can go right from the sponsored segment to Alan Wake. And that's the plan. Matt Rowland says, Ox, I watched your interview on that podcast, and it was really well done. I appreciate all the insight into your career path. Have a great stream. Thank you, Matt Rowland. I had a lot of fun doing the Digital DNA podcast. It was a blast. It was good to see Tom again. And I linked to it on Twitter and I think during one of my live streams as well. So yeah, we'll have a busy day tomorrow during Scotch and Smoke Rings. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing a Starfield live stream tomorrow, as I do know I have a couple of appointments, but I'll let you know if we end up having time to do a Thursday morning live stream. Though I do need some time to work on my lore video for the weekend. I am a bit behind on that, so might need to take my Thursday to work on that. RoboGun says, are you playing Starfield? I am indeed playing Starfield. I mean, not now. Not like at this moment. At this moment, my hands are in my pockets because it's cold. And my fingers are cold. And so I've got my hands in my pockets of my little vest here. But I do typically play Starfield. I've been playing a lot of Starfield. I've got a lot of previous broadcasts of me playing Starfield. And I intend to play Starfield in a moment. Right now, I'm warming my hands in my pockets. Julian Z says, Hi, Ox. So good to see you on this Starfield Wednesday. Hope you're well. Can't wait for this Thursday. Sounds exciting. Can't wait to see you streaming on Twitch again. Yeah, I am looking forward to getting that connection up and live. Still waiting on a few things to get sorted out from my technology interaction. But once that's done, I'll be able to get Twitch back live. Mr. Jocked says, did you find the abandoned drilling rig last night? I did not. Instead, we found a fracking station. And what was the other one? The other one was just a lab. It was an abandoned mining. It was a helium-3 mining facility. So sadly, no, we did not find the abandoned oil rig yet. But I'm looking forward to tackling it. I think at this point we'll just hopefully stumble upon it. Josh Glover says, Hi Ox, building my new rig so I can play Starfield can finally stop bugging you with dumb super chats. Might be playing by the end of your stream. Hey, that's great, Josh Glover. Building a new rig is always a lot of fun. Congratulations on the new rig. I hope it gets pieced together in the perfect way and that you enjoy Starfield. But you know what? I love your super chats. I love your messages. Just because you're playing doesn't mean you have to stop. You are always welcome to hop on in here and join in the conversation. Jeffrey Jones says, Hey Ox, if you go to the moon Kazal in the Nero system, you will find some cool lore at the sulfur mine. This was first mentioned by Lynn in the beginning of the game. So it's not a random location, it's a static location. The moon Kazal in the Nero system. Wow, certainly worth checking out. Finger Feet became a bronze ox. Thank you so much, Finger Feet. Well, I had fun with my colony building yesterday. After spending almost an entire broadcast, well, it wasn't really an entire broadcast. It was about 2 hours of the broadcast. After spending a couple of hours doing settlement building, not settlement building, colony building, it's okay. It's okay. I don't like it as much as I enjoy settlement building in Fallout 4. Camp building in Fallout 76 was also okay. But again, it wasn't as good as it was in Fallout 4. The reason settlement building was magical in Fallout 4 was because we get to take over parts of the actual world that have story and lore. Like Hangman's Alley, which is this raider-infested alley, and it's such a cool and unique location, sandwiched between other cool and unique locations. Vault 88, which came with all of its lore, right? It's more than just the mechanics of building. It's how I was able to incorporate it into my world of Fallout 4 and make my vision of restarting the Minutemen come true. That's why I enjoyed the settlement building in Fallout 4. In Fallout 76, it was okay. I customized my camp. I made my camp, but I never moved it. I never, made multiple different camps. I just made one because it was functional, and that's all I used it for. And in Starfield, the colony building, again, I'm leaning towards functional. I just want to get the bits and pieces hooked together so that it all works well, so that I can get the resources I need to unlock all of my research and continue doing my weapon mods. I don't have a motive. I don't have a motivation to really build this beautiful, elaborate colony. And I think the reason is because it doesn't integrate very well into the story. At least, it doesn't integrate into the story in the same way that the settlement building of Fallout 4 did. They leaned so heavily into the Minutemen and into the settlement system combined with the Minutemen that when I decided I wanted to lean into the Minutemen, I of course wanted to lean into settlement building, and I had a motive. I had a reason to build up every settlement, right? So you could defend the Commonwealth from raiders, so that you could have supply lines between all of the settlements, so that you could take over the Commonwealth and cause it to heal. With the colony system in Starfield, there's none of that. It's just, functional. And functional is great. I appreciate function. I like functional. But I'm not inspired, really, to sit down and craft this big colony. Perhaps I will be someday. So I enjoyed doing colony building in yesterday's broadcast, but today I think I want to focus on two things. I want to get back into the primary plot and start completing the primary story. And I want to explore. We did a little bit of that yesterday, where we went to a planet and went to a couple of randomized locations. Pardon me. And we got a little bit of lore, but I haven't quite had an opportunity to just land on a planet and explore some new locations that were not connected to a quest. So that sounds like a lot of fun, and working on the primary plot sounds like a lot of fun, and that's what I want to do today. Fingerfeet became a bronze ox. Wade Speakerman gifted 5 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Thank you so much, Wade, and congratulations to Matthew Smith, Jeffrey Swenson, Joseph Wolf, Vic Whiplash, and Hazik. Caden Shade says, I started touching on the outposts, but being level 80, it's hard to level up to get those perks, much less have to worry about the stupid challenges. Yeah, the barrier to entry is just too much. Like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to constantly, create and dismantle mods or create and dismantle habs over and over and over again to complete an arbitrarily defined challenge that serves no purpose other than to rob me of my time and prevent me from immediately going into what I actually want to do in the game. I think that kind of game design is unnecessary. All it does is waste time, and it's frustrating to me. That said, once the perks are unlocked and the challenges are complete, there's a lot of fun to be had. If we can get there, I'm not interested in going through all of that right now. Irvin Chadwick says, hello, Oxhorn, loving Starfield, as I just got all of the achievements in the game as of yesterday. I was wondering, do you do achievements? I've never typically been an achievement hunter. If I get an achievement, I'll mention it on broadcast. But as I talked about in the broadcast previously, I had to disable achievements in my game save because I was forced to use console commands to continue with the game. It was during the ECS Constant quest line. It bugged out. It's a known bug, and I had to use console commands to find the ECS Constant, which of course robbed my game save of the ability to earn achievements. Now I hear that there are some mods out there you could install to re-enable achievements for your game save, but I'm not using any mods for this playthrough. I hope to use mods for my next playthrough maybe, and we'll see. So the answer is no, I'm not currently working on any achievements. Dr. Root became a gold ox. Thank you so much, Dr. Root. Deuteronomous says the challenges wouldn't be so bad if they capped at 15 each. Doing 30 for the 4th level is the biggest real grind. It's just unnecessary and tedious and not fun and ridiculous. And I had to do it in order to fully upgrade my weapon crafting. But I can't even craft all of the mods that I want because I need to finish unlocking them all in the research station, and then of course getting the resources necessary to afford them. It's just... why? I'll just explore instead. I'll just get back to playing the game. Uror says AAA game, am I right? Well, Uror, you are right. And there's so much to love about this game. I'm on my 36th broadcast of it, and I've made half a dozen lore videos about it. It's an interesting universe. It's got some fun game mechanics and some not fun game mechanics. It's got some good stories and some ridiculous stories. It's got some interesting characters and some really, really annoying characters. It's an imperfect piece of art, is what it is. And I think most pieces of art can be imperfect in some way, and that's okay. Spooky says, am I the only one who's annoyed by Sam Coe and Cora? Oh, no, you are absolutely not the only one annoyed by Sam Coe and Cora. Just, I think everyone is annoyed by Sam Coe. The bigger question is there anyone not annoyed by Sam Coe and Cora? They talk too much. It's too much talk. It's too much of the same talk. And it's long. The problem is because it's two characters, they're having a conversation. When it's Sarah, she's just like, oh, that grab jump was really good. Good job, right? She's like a mom who's congratulating you on doing the most basic thing. Oh, your shields look amazing. Good job. That's Sarah, right? And with Sam Coe and Cora, as soon as you get into the cockpit, they just go off on a conversation. They're like, oh, let's have a conversation about chores and allowances. And it'll be a 5-minute conversation. It's just ridiculous. Okay, we logged out here in Aquila City, and I did have this one side quest that has been stuck in my quest log for a very long time. Definitive measures, and the quest is almost half done. We talked to all these guys. We just have to place the sensors. Let's go ahead and place the sensors, and then let's hop in and continue with the primary plot. Shy Guy 1776 says, especially during a dogfight. That's funny. It is. Well, you'll be in the middle of fighting the Crimson Fleet, and then
Mom says I should learn doctrine like her.
Sam and his daughter will just get into this conversation where they're supposed to be really cute and loving. It's supposed to be a heartwarming conversation, and you're in the middle of blowing a pirate's head off in space.
Capacity?
97.5%.
Last time it was serviced?
Every week. We take power seriously, ma'am.
Excellent. What's this I hear about a rate hike?
We had that thunderstorm the other day.
That was a whopper.
Blew out 2 transformers. Bossman says we need a seasonal adjustment to cover it.
The mayor has a small discretionary fund, but it might be able to cover it.
You don't want power bills climbing so close to the election, eh?
You said it, not I.
Huh. That didn't seem like just a random conversation. That seemed like a scripted conversation. Thomas McCormick says, I saw the writing lead from Bethesda Game Studios left recently. I have mixed feelings on it. However, I believe one of the weaknesses of Bethesda Game Studios stories is that they use PG-13 writing to cover R-rated topics. Your thoughts? That's a really clever piece of insight. Let me correct you. I think it was actually the lead quest designer, not the lead writer, who left Bethesda. The lead writer, I believe, is Emilio, and he's been there for the beginning. I think, I remember reading the headline, and I think it was the primary quest designer who left, and he went to join a company that was started by other former Bethesda employees to make, you know, sort of lower-scale indie games like this. But I think you have some really good insight here. There are plenty of, it's not even R-rated topics. There's R-rated gameplay with, like, the blood and the dismemberment and all of that, and every now and then they'll have some R-rated language. But very rarely do they actually cover an R-rated topic. I think the closest Bethesda ever got was actually with Obsidian during Fallout New Vegas, and they had some really mature and dark themes in New Vegas, as well as some immature ones. What was his name? Cook. There was a raider called Cook, who was just an awful raider, and he had a really interesting story, and he victimized someone, and it was really thoughtful and, you know, triggering for many people. But I walked away from that thinking that it was a really well done piece of story. And Bethesda Game Studios, to my knowledge, hasn't really done anything that dark. Like, every now and then we'll have a sinister storyline where you'll walk into a ship and you'll find that everyone's starved to death, and yeah, that's pretty bad. But I don't know. I don't feel like it's that bad. And the writing, sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's not so good. I guess it's the dialogue that's the problem. I think that sometimes Bethesda has a hard time with how people actually talk. That they don't. Sometimes they nail it, and sometimes you can tell you're listening to somebody right through somebody else's mouth, and they don't even understand the character that they're writing. Mando Coolcat says, Ox, the Sensor Quest is a medium-sized quest chain. Is it really? Okay, well then maybe I won't do it. Spooky says, Sam, Cora, don't make me turn this ship around. Okay, if it's a medium-sized quest chain, then you know what, I can do that later. Let's continue with the primary plot.
Whew. Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Engines firing. Here we go.
We're in orbit. What next?
Well, let's go do Unity. Matteo believes the word unity may have hidden meanings to the Sanctum Universum. We should talk to Keeper Aquilius at the Sanctum. That's going to take us back to New Atlantis. And in particular, the Mast District.
What?
Okay, so when we were here last, there were a bunch of students outside here, and they were listening to a brief lecture from this guy about the Universum, whatever, the religion they've got. And now Matteo, our theologian, is here to learn more. And I love their little hat getup. It's like a shower cap. It's a super high-tech space religion, and they all wear shower caps.
Keeper Aquilus, can we have a moment?
Ah, Matteo. It's been too long. How are your parents? Your mother still struggling with that azalea garden?
No, she figured that out a while ago. Had to adjust the pH levels in the soil. But, Keeper, I didn't come to catch up.
Oh. Well, what's on both your minds?
We could say this is all you, Matteo. Or we think your church is connected to a group of space weirdos. Tempting. Or we can say we need to talk about unity.
Oh, yeah. How humanity comes together. How we are to love each other even as our universe becomes even more complex.
That's not exactly what we mean. Keeper, when you talk about unity, well, does it mean anything else? Something secret?
Perhaps you should talk about this inside.
Uh-oh. Is this a The Master from Fallout 1 reference? Because he liked the unity as well. He was all about the unity. You look great, Andrea. Oh, they're already seated. So this is Universum Sanctum, or something like that. Sanctum Universum. Among the grav jumps. Among the grav jumps, God seeks you. In Soviet Russia, is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality divine? Existence itself is a mystery which yearns to be uncovered. What is goodness but a comparison to the good? Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. Okay. What is goodness but a comparison to the good? What is existence but a participation in being with a capital B? Any common attribute invites comparison to some more pure form of it, and as we work our way up the tree of attributes, from apples to red to color to waveforms to energy to space-time to existence, we find fewer and fewer branches to explore. All of reality eventually converges into a single point. Some call it Omega, which is one of the best bars I've ever been to. Others, Telos. Some call it God, but its true nature is best understood in another way. Mr. Jock says you asked for the lore. Ox, you get the lore. I just hope these guys aren't insufferable. I just hope they're not too insufferable. For where the diversity of the universe inspires awe and wonder, it exists only in contrast to a simplicity so pure that it may only be understood as primordial and even divine. To say that it exists is effectively redundant, as it is, in fact, existence itself. Our being derives from being with a capital B. Our essence is what was imagined by its mind, but what we consider imagining is what we consider mind. And what we consider mind are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these metaphors are like the tiny white caps on a massive surging sea. Most urgently, this capital B being, which gave rise to reality itself, seeks to understand its consequence, by which I mean you and me. Our senses are limited and only able to, page 2 of 3, perceive 3 dimensions as we are helplessly flung along the 4th in a single direction, time. But our finest minds tell us that the universe has at least 12 dimensions, and who knows what further knowledge may be revealed in time. From our meager capacity, the universe is not simply unexplored, but fully unknowable in any comprehensive sense. And so we rely on revelation. We submit ourselves to direct communion with the one source of truth, for capital T truth is another of its attributes, even as all the separate aspects resolve into simplicity. To know the truth, we must know the capital T truth. And that capital T truth wishes to know us as well. Okay. Let's just take concepts and give them agency, and that'll be our religion. Our physical embodiments are limited to movement in 3 dimensions, just as fabric is bound to and defined by its warp and weft. But we have a power that raises us above the unminded matter that merely exists without will. We can bend the fabric of space-time, rending warp from weft, peering through the veil that we may otherwise mistake for all that there is. When we do so, by jumping from point to point, we are not merely moving in space, but becoming voyagers into a new level of understanding. Those moments between grav jumps are not simply nothingness, but glimpses into understanding of the mystery that underlies all reality. To know that capital T truth is to become closer to the divine ourselves. This is the purpose of our lives. The purpose of the Sanctum Universum is to guide you in these experiences so each opportunity to know is not squandered. Seek out Aquilius. Let him open your heart to the understanding that it is no different from your mind, and join us as we seek further communion and increase our sharing in the nature of the divine. Whisperfire says the amount of lore that you are about to uncover is astounding. Even in New Game Plus, I still find new stuff. Have fun making content with all of this. Thank you, Whisperfire. Well, that talk about traveling along the 4th dimension makes me nervous, because we already have space magic. The next trope, or the next big faux pas that you don't want is time travel, right? The moment a story has time travel, suddenly things get messy. Now, I realize Doctor Who did it, and many other science fiction things have done it, and those are still beloved. So it's not necessarily the death knell for a story. But time travel has a bunch of problems whenever you bring it into any sort of narrative. So I'm a little worried. The Grey Ghost says no time travel here, you're safe. Okay, that's good.
I'd heard of the Sanctum growing up, but never thought much of it. Then one day, it happened for me.
What? You decided you wanted a pair of cool space pajamas?
I'm happy to help out in whatever way I can here. Anything Thomas needs, I'm here for him.
That first jump. It changes you, unlocks something within you. Have you felt it? You know, there are folks I sometimes see only once every few years. In between, they're just out there, jumping.
Right.
Now that we have a little privacy, why don't you tell me exactly what it is that brought you two here?
We can tell him about the artifacts. We can tell him about the Starborn. We can ask about the temples. Well, the Starborn attacked New Atlantis in the light of day, and they attacked other people as well. So I think he probably already knows about them. Let's see what he has to say.
We've lost people, Keeper.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And these Starborn, I take it they're different from the people of the settled systems? There have always been mysteries that seem to defy our understanding of the universe, beyond rational thought. We enter life as an act of someone else's faith in us. There's no way of knowing who we will become, and yet the risk is made anyway. So you've pushed into the unknown, not knowing where it would take you. And it's brought you here.
This is a mistake. I'm an explorer, not a priest. Or I don't need a lecture, Keeper. I need answers. Or I know it's a stretch, but we hope you can help us. Let's try to maintain decorum and be polite.
I think I can. If you're willing to find your way in the dark for a bit longer, I can give you a path to discovering its meaning. There's an old story, far older than the Sanctum Universum, of someone who walked the settled systems and saw every corner of it. This pilgrim claimed he found the true meaning of unity. I always thought of it as just a parable for trying to bring humanity together, but maybe it's more.
What? Okay. We've got some legends here. I like that. Maybe this pilgrim was a Starborn?
I'm not sure if he was. But if what you're looking for is connected, then anything might be possible.
We could say, I need facts, Keeper, not bedtime fairy tales. we can be so rude in this game. We really can. Or we can say, let's hear the story then. There must be more to it.
In my story, the pilgrim met the founders of the House of Enlightenment and the enigmatic cult of the Vorum. And he gave them each a part of the truth. Then he goes to his final resting place to live out the rest of his days in contemplation of infinitum addendum, his addition or contribution to the infinite. But what if the story isn't a metaphor, but a code, a way of finding the pilgrim again, or at least his grave?
I'm gonna call it now. The pilgrim is me. In another time. And I'm currently living out the pilgrim's life again, but in the future or something. I have this deep dark fear that they're gonna put time travel in here somewhere. Infinitum addendum. That's an very odd saying, very specific. Sounds like the House of Enlightenment and Varun have other parts. Then, unless the story includes a set of coordinates, we're not finding anything. The parts of the truth, like what even is that?
So much to ponder. Sometimes it's difficult to know where to start.
So why does the traveler have truth? He's got truth. He divides truth. He gives House Varun one part of the truth. He gives the House of Enlightenment the other part of the truth. Then he goes off someplace to die. What kind of story is that? Let's go. Unless the story includes a set of coordinates, we're not finding anything.
But what if it does? Not my version, obviously, but the House of Enlightenment. Varun. I've spoken to them before, but I never thought of scrutinizing their answers for clues.
You've already talked to them? Why send me?
Because I wasn't looking to find unity in the same sense you are. A fresh set of eyes might reveal the truth.
Our guy here is just fed up. He can say talking to House Varun seems like a mistake. They're dangerous. Or fine, I'll talk to them.
The enlightened work out of the well here in New Atlantis, helping the poorest citizens find a better life for themselves. Varun worshippers are more enigmatic, but there is a lone zealot that was captured recently for attacking UC ships. I visited her a couple of times. Hopefully, she'll be willing to talk to you as well.
I'll stay here with the Keeper. We need to catch up. And I wouldn't mind asking him a few more questions.
Alright, well. Mateo, you catch up with the Keeper.
I suppose that is ours now. Eh?
Oh. Whoop. 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 What? Sorry, did I steal your desktop frame? What's going on here? Did I... Dude just teleported across the room. Did I accidentally steal your desk? I did, didn't I? That was my bad.
I'm beginning to believe the Pilgrim wanted us to find his resting place. If we can only gather all the clues.
So you're a priest?
Keeper by title. But yes, I suppose the title fits. I'm very grateful that I have the opportunity to be here for those who need us, who find meaning in our message.
Can you tell me about the Sanctum Universum?
Well, we're a newer organization, at least officially. Our facility here in New Atlantis has only been around a few decades. But we're gaining new members all the time. I think people have been grasping for something to express what they're experiencing, and I'm glad we can be here for them.
We can pass a Taskmaster check. Interesting. This is the first Taskmaster check that we've ever had to pass. We could say, I have a reputation for running a tight ship. Sometimes I worry it's too tight.
Being aware enough to worry about this is a good first step. It shows self-awareness, it shows being open to compassion, to other points of view. Why do you think you should change?
I don't really think I should change. We could say I can tell I just work them too hard. It eats at me, or I have to pay a lot to keep my crew working for me, or I'm not really sure. What?
Emotions, beliefs, they can be hard to put into words. Ultimately, this is a question only you can answer. Are you ready to make a change? A real change?
Okay, yeah, this is to remove the Taskmaster trait. Okay, well, no, I don't really want to remove it.
I'll be here if you want to talk about it again.
Whisperfire says, I have the Serpent's Embrace trait, and I got some extra lore in this quest. She gifted me an item when we spoke. I could get the footage for you. Well, thank you, Whisperfire. I don't need the footage. I appreciate it, though. But I'm definitely eager to meet both of these interesting characters. We finally get to talk with a House Varun Zealot. That's cool. 3 Michael says, you're my favorite streamer, Ox. You've brought joy to your viewers, and your careful ethical choices show you to be a force of good in this world. Oh, 3 Michael, you flatter me. You're extremely kind. I mean, I did just break up with Sarah and Sam so that I could date Andrasia here. And then I broke Andrasia's heart by getting back together with Sam and Sarah. But then I convinced her that it was all okay, so that I've got a bit of a harem in space. So yeah, I'm definitely, I've got these ethical choices. I'm making good ethical choices here. In this, I'm a force of good. I really am. No, but you're extremely kind there, Michael. If I'm role-playing a good character, I'm trying to make good choices, and I'll take the time to ponder each decision as ethically as I possibly can. Unless it comes to
Aquilus has helped me through some tough times.
Then I just work with my gut, and it's not my gut, if you know what I mean.
Nice hat.
Did he say nice hat? Thanks. Oh, maybe I was talking about Andrea. Nice hat. What even is that? It's like that alien from Total Recall, only on her head. Okay, where are we going? Let's see. We gotta... Let's just do this. Okay, we'll go to the well last. Let's go talk with the Rugen Zealot.
I just don't like how Stroud
first.
Eklund owns everything.
Tony J says there were no living aliens in Total Recall. Ox talking about mutants. The dude on the other dude's stomach? Oh, okay, mutants. Definitely mutants. And no, it had nothing to do with the dude. All right, let's see. Can we go back here? Yeah, we're the Vanguard, so I'm sure they'll let us. We're here to interrogate a prisoner. We will not steal your goods. There's the Varun Zealot.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
Well, I just got a new activity. Talk to Sergeant Yumi. Well, they know me here. Hello.
A visitor? I have all the company I need.
Blue Thunder 29 says Andresia's costume kind of looks like Carnage from Spider-Man. Don't think I'm familiar with Carnage from Spider-Man. We could say that is the single loneliest statement I've ever heard, or I know you've talked to Keeper Aquilius about the Varun faith.
He knows not the truth. He sends another to ask more incessant questions. The Great Serpent waits in the shadows. He will entwine the universe, and all but the faithful will be made as dust. That is the truth. No more, no less.
We could say, I admire your conviction. A cosmic serpent seems like a poor answer to the universe's problems. Or Keeper Aquilius spoke of a pilgrim. Let's see what we say if we say that a cosmic serpent seems like a poor answer to the universe's problems.
It is not an answer, for there is no question.
Oh, God.
The Great Serpent will come. All concerns are meaningless in the face of the oblivion he will assuredly bring. You wish to speak of the Keeper's Pilgrim, do you not? I will tell you of him, and then you will leave. Jinan Varun meets the unbeliever. He gives false prophecy to Jinan. But such is Jinan's conviction in the Great Serpent, he does not hesitate. He cuts the unbeliever down. But the unbeliever returns. Jinan realizes the Great Serpent is testing him, and he will not be found wanting. 4 times they fight. Over 120 rotations of the planet they are on. Remember these 4 battles, Jinan, the unbeliever says. Remember these 120 rotations. But Jinan knows this is blasphemy and delivers the killing blow. That is all.
So the Pilgrim gets killed 4 times? Or wait, over the span of 120 years. I mean, maybe not an Earth year, depending on what planet they were on. But over the span of 120 years on some far-flung planet, he fights the founder of House Varun and dies 4 times, but comes back? What the heck? I need to know the meaning of a word. Unity?
I have heard of no such thing. If it exists, it is a shadow that the Great Serpent casts to deceive the faithless.
There must be more to your god than just killing.
Strength and conviction show your worthiness to the Great Serpent. The kill is not as important as showing there is no doubt. I grow tired of speaking. Leave me.
Dean Sandstorm says a rotation is a day, not a year. Yes, thank you, Dean. I misspoke. You're right. 120 days, not years. Blue Thunder says, oh, by the way, Ox, it's me, Mr. Master Chief.
We have nothing more to discuss.
I decided to change my name, so I hope it's okay for you. Yeah, whatever name you like is okay with me. All right. Well, from the Varun Zealot, we heard a fable about the Traveler speaking with the founder of House Varun and engaging in battle. Next, we go to the well. Man of Warp says, oddly enough, if you had taken the Serpent's Embrace trait, you would be able to get an option to tell this bald woman you're having a crisis of faith and get rid of the trait. Interesting. Thank you, Man of Warp. Lots of opportunities to get rid of traits.
If you're looking for a tracker, you've come to the right place. If not, well...
House of the Enlightened.
There's a lot of work that needs to be done in the well. A lot of people in need. If it's about the financial or food assistance programs, we are backlogged. Don't worry, we're doing everything we can. Oh, we're not. Sorry. Can I help you?
Keeper Aquilius sent me. I need to talk about the Pilgrim.
Listen, I've talked about this with him a ton of times, and there's no record of a Unity Pilgrim. But since you both insist, our early records are mostly administrative. Humanitarian projects, group counseling notes, charity expenditures. But there is a series of exchanges the founding members recorded in a lot of detail. It's the closest thing I have to what Aquilius is describing.
You've talked about this with Keeper Aquilius?
Yeah, I mean, he's always going on about trying to bring people of all beliefs together. Really wants there to be some shared story or origin. Look, I like the Keeper, but belief is the problem, okay? We don't need a shared narrative or theology. We need to help each other in practical terms.
I like this guy. This guy is speaking my language. We could say, if you're going to recite meeting notes at me, I want coffee and donuts.
We might actually have some, but anyway. a man walks into the first house of Enlightenment. The founding members just call him the Drifter. So they think he's a charity case at first, but no, the Drifter asks them a bunch of questions. If your philosophy is built on an individual's own morality, what about the second person? That second person might disagree. Isn't the problem of two what you're really looking for? And the founders respond, each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up. All of human effort is a story of cooperation pushing us forward. And it kind of goes on like that. He comes back every week for a year. Same conversation every time. Second person this, the problem of two that.
Comes back for a year. Well, that's 360 rotations, not 120. What did they mean? Each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up.
It's part of our core principles. There's no God pushing us to do good for some eternal reward. We have to help each other because we choose to. If no one takes responsibility for making the settled systems better, then we're just leaving it to the tyrants to bully the rest of us.
We could say, I also hate the number 2 with a fiery passion, or maybe there's a message hidden in what he's saying.
Honestly, I think the founding members made it all up. There was a little more hesitation being openly atheist in the early days. I think they were experimenting with writing their own scripture. Fortunately, that got abandoned pretty quick. After the records of the Drifter end, you never see anything like it again.
Okay, so one theory is that they were attempting to sound more theological by creating their own narrative lore, which is completely out of character for an atheistic organization, or it actually happened. Can you tell me anything else about Unity? What does it mean?
Besides what the Keeper would say about it? Sounds like a gathering point, or a center. Or in mathematics it would mean one, like the one, the first or the beginning.
Okay, well thank you. You've given me a lot to think about.
Always happy to help. If you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of aid efforts to coordinate.
I love how these enlightened guys are just...
Well, they say never hire a man when a machine can do it for free. But down here, people can't afford the machine.
I love how these House of Enlightened guys are just completely focused on aid, on helping the impoverished, on helping people. And yeah, they'll talk with people about their theologies and all of that, but really, their primary focus is just on getting people the help they need. I mean, there's still a place for people to have deep theological questions, and I think that's all great. And the Sanctum Universum guys strike me as pretty harmless. Hello, what's going on in there? There are 2 dudes up there on that platform, but this door is locked and requires a key. Why do I feel like we have only scratched the surface of the quests that are available to us here in the well?
See my family again. Oh, right. I was trying to trade opening up, but yeah, that's important too. I want to learn how to play instruments.
Okay, well, I think we need to go back to Speaker Aquilius or whatever his name is. John Foster says, "Hey Ox, love the vids. Currently on episode 29 of your playthrough. Just wanted to drop by and say thanks for your quality content and game on." Thank you so much, John Foster. I'll keep on gaming as long as you keep on watching.
The Settled Systems, SSNN.
Your abilities are truly be amazing.
Dong Ho Choi says, I didn't know you didn't finish the main plot. Did you pay a visit to Elios Retreat in the Ixil system? Yeah, I kind of got pissed off after they killed off one of the main characters. Not necessarily because he died, but because it robbed me of the opportunity to finish his story. And that just pissed me off because I was in the middle of working on his affinity story and I was learning about his husband, and then the lawyer got involved and it was just getting interesting, and then they kill him off. And I tried for an entire broadcast to try and undo that so that I could at least finish his story before they kill him off, but no. I failed. And so then that pissed me off, and I decided that I was going to do something else for a while. But then I finished everything else except for all of the little minor side quests. So here I am, back in the primary plot, hoping they don't kill off another main character or give us a time travel scenario. In terms of the Ilios Retreat, I don't believe I've been there yet.
Some folks never feel it. That connection to the universe you only get from grab jumping. Honestly, I wish I could show them what they're missing.
Well, you're back. What did you learn? Was there something hidden in their stories, like we thought?
I mean, it's interesting. The one major connection is that both of them do clearly have records of this pilgrim visiting them and talking with them and giving them riddles. One riddle has to do with 120 days and 4 fights. Another riddle has to do with 360 days, an entire year of questions. But these aren't the options we get. I should have taken something completely different from that. We could say the Enlightened story used the words second and two. I spoke to the House of Varun's Zealot. She said Jinan fought 4 times over 120 days. Or in your story, the pilgrim contemplates infinitum addendum.
Was there
that
something
must mean
more
something.
on your mind?
Let's see if we can go with the first one for now.
Planets are often named by number. That second might mean the second planet in the system. What else did you learn?
I spoke to the Varun Zealot. She said Jinan fought 4 times over 120 days.
If there really is a location the pilgrim wanted us to find, those do sound awfully like coordinates. Was there anything else?
In your story, the pilgrim contemplates infinitum addendum. That must mean something.
Yes. What he added to infinity. Maybe that points to a name. If we're looking for his resting place, we'd need to know the name of the star system, wouldn't we? Let's see. We have something that could be coordinates. Something that could point to a planet in the system. But what's the name of the system? Infinitum addendum. What if we break down the parts? No systems named finite or add. That just leaves in and dumb. Well, that's certainly how I feel.
Next planet I'm naming Dum Dum. What do you think?
Well, I suppose that'll make someone laugh.
Well, we could say Indom. That's the name of the star system.
Yes, that's it. The second planet in Indom. At 4 and 120. That's where you'll find the pilgrim's resting place. And from there, maybe you'll find the true meaning of unity. Before you go, you've now spoken to many different perspectives in our universe. In a way, you'll be carrying their philosophies with you on this journey. I know you're looking for a specific unity, but if you had to guess what it was, what interpretation would you give it?
There's something sacred out there bringing everyone together, or it's just a word, and I need to take responsibility for finding it, not pray, or only total conviction will bring us the truth. We are being tested. This is the Varun perspective, this is the Sanctum perspective, this is the Enlightened perspective, so we'll go this way for now.
And once you know, what will you do? Even the most objective scientist holds a belief that observation itself will be of benefit to humanity. You will be taking a similar part of yourself with you when you find the answer. Will that not color your perception of it?
Oh, dear God. How is talking about the unknown supposed to help?
When one is lost, looking inward can help show the way.
That doesn't give me license to define unity beforehand, or the benefit of science is that a person's thoughts can be tested. Let's try this.
So you're committed to keeping yourself from seeing unity as anything other than a rational objective, a goal you're bound to reach. Well, I won't keep you any longer. This has been fun, I have to admit. Go, find your truth.
Why do I not believe that he actually had fun? All right, go to Indom 2. Well, this has been elaborate, and maybe it's because it's been so long since I've done the primary plot, but I'm a little lost. John Foster became a Silver Ox. Thank you so much, John Foster. Tony J says, find your truth is such a banal thing for a spiritual master to say. It is. I mean, I was cringing and groaning throughout the entire conversation with him because he kept on saying, it's like the cliche of the Asian martial arts master who just says backwards things that don't really have any meaning but kind of sound thoughtful and thought-provoking. But they're not really. I kind of got that vibe from the dude. And I don't know if that was for lack of quality writing or if it was intentional. Because it could be that Bethesda wrote that guy to have banal dialogue and, cereal box philosophy on purpose. That's actually what we're supposed to take away from him. That we're supposed to get that vibe from him. That could be completely intentional. So we can't necessarily say that it's just poorly written. It could be expertly written poorly, if that makes any sense.
Cool spacesuit.
Tony J says, your truth you must find. And that was my best Yoda impression. 70s Kid says, be like water, Ox. Yes.
Hello.
I shall be like water. I shall flow to the lowest point and give in to any adversary and yet defeat any hard obstacle in my way, like water. I shall be like a sheet in space that can bend.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a poem I
No!
wrote?
Stop talking,
It's called
Cora!
a haiku.
God!
I just read about them.
So sick of her haikus!
Well, so
Okay.
enjoyed your stay here.
It's called
Get the hell out.
Space is cold and dark. Starships fly there like comets, carrying us home.
Not bad.
Joseph Wolf says
Oh,
Oxhorn.
Churchill.
Achieved. We're
You know how
spacebound
you
again.
lose things. I still don't know how you lost.
Just everyone be quiet. Just everyone be quiet, please. Joseph Wolf says, Oxhorn, you can fast travel to your ship. I'm well aware, thank you. But if I do that, I miss out on any possible random encounters along the way. Had I been fast traveling to and from my quest destinations in New Atlantis this entire time, for example, I would never have bumped into Janet, who left the ECS Constant and met us again in Atlantis, but only because we physically ran through it. And I don't want to miss on those potential possibilities. Dong Ho Choi says, I don't know if it's because I'm a simple guy, but I found a later part of the plot getting quite interesting. Also, the quest for Elos is pretty short. May I request a short detour to check it out? You may request it, but I probably won't fulfill that particular request, only in that I have made numerous detours throughout my Starfield gameplay to satisfy viewer requests, and I have been neglecting the plot for a very long time, and I'm finally getting back into it, and I think I want to stick to this for a little bit before moving on. However, what you've described sounds really interesting, and I would love to tackle it, but maybe not right now. Right, well, thankfully, Indom is not too far away.
That picture of Nibbles the comet-eating bunny.
Oh, I never get tired of that.
You're coming in loud and clear.
Heard anything interesting?
Just trying to stay one step ahead of the Crimson Fleet. Like to keep my credits in my pocket and my guts in my body.
Anything you can tell me about the Freestar Collective?
The collective's about opportunity. No hulking bureaucracies bossing you around. Living life how you want.
Okay, let's trade.
Sure. Got some items worth looking at.
Hallucinogen, metabolic agent, pigment, and ship parts. I will buy all the ship parts. Okay, let's see. Let's scan the planet. We've got 2 industrial outposts and Pilgrim's Rest. It's a rocky planet with a cold temperature, a standard atmosphere, a very strong magnetosphere, water, aluminum, copper, uranium, argon, benzine, beryllium, and fluorine. Lots of good stuff here.
Touchdown imminent.
If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
Captain, do you require my assistance?
Oh, interesting. It's like a desert planet. I like it. Well, due to the size of our ship, we landed pretty far away from Pilgrim's Rest, nearly 500 meters away. I think I remember now. The reason we're tracking down Unity is because the Starborn mentioned it. The Starborn repeatedly mentioned Unity when we faced them. Okay, well, we've got a very derelict
Someone made a
camp
concerted effort to survive here, and yet it would seem it did not work out.
Pilgrim's Writing 2. I should probably do this in order, huh?
Dangerously low temperatures here. Keep an eye on your vitals.
Pilgrim's Writing 4. Pilgrim's Writing 3. This is like Vladimir's house all over again. I don't want to get all confused, so let's start in the house. Pilgrim's Writing 1. The credulous simplicity of mundane humans never ceases to amaze me. My worst instincts, the evil spirit, draw me towards a form of contempt for them. But I remember that I am privy to that which they are not. I cannot and should not judge them for a lack of vision when I know very well the blinders which obscure their sight. I once wore them myself, after all. I hope for their sake that they may someday understand. But for my sake, I wish to be left alone. Well, here we have first clear evidence that at least somebody considers themselves to not be human. This guy is describing mundane humans as being apart from himself, and yet he says that he used to wear the blinders as well. Could that be that he at one time was human, but then ascended to become something else? Man of Warb says, Ox, are you lugging ship parts on your person, or do you transfer them to your ship's cargo? You can repair hull damage either way. I assumed it went to my ship's cargo if I received them while aboard my ship, but I'll check my inventory to double check. Someone who was other than human and yet had to eat food and drink water and go to the bathroom. I aren't crazy. Wow, that's instilling me with great confidence. This guy is writing journals and thinks he's above humanity, but while sitting on the toilet, he writes sticky notes that says, I aren't crazy. You know, that's amped. I amped crazy. Wow. Access the locked room. Pilgrim's Writing 5. Alright, well, we're going to do this in order. Pilgrim's Writing 2. So here's the crux of my troubles. To accomplish anything, I need to work with other people. I need assistants. I need workers. I need hands. As we work together, they inevitably ask questions I can never help talking. And I can never help talking. It starts innocently enough. They want to understand how someone who believes in science can also believe in the divine. Or they have their own misunderstanding instilled by some borderline religious remnant. My weakness is my inability to let alone. I want them to understand, so I try, gently as I might, to nudge their minds along the right path. Then there are follow-ups and followings. The trouble is that I genuinely care for these people. It would be so much easier if I didn't. Okay, so he thinks science and some form of religion can coexist. An admirable thought, I think. I wonder how he implements that. Pilgrim's Writing 3. Today, in a soft voice, my assistant asked me if there was anything above the Unity. It was all I could do to keep from shouting that I could scarcely comprehend the misunderstanding that would lead to such a question. It was asked honestly, and I answered as best I could. But if even my closest confidant here can fail to grasp the most basic of these truths, why am I bothering to explain any of it to them? Every word that drops from my mouth gets gobbled up, misheard, misremembered, misunderstood, and mistranslated before I can issue the slightest clarification. People are necessary, but people are madness. I attempt to withdraw, to go off alone, to commune with unity in my own way. They followed. Of course they followed. This guy's like a reluctant Jesus. This is starting to remind me of Life of Brian. Pilgrim's Writing 4. At last, a bit of peace. A piece of peace. Is that anything? Is that funny? Why am I trying to be funny? Have they driven me mad at last? Is there a difference between writing to myself and talking to myself? The former certainly seems more acceptable than the latter. I recall again that my mind is my own, and that even if only it exists, that is sufficient for me to believe in everything else. The Unity has restored me once more. This time I act alone. For now. Myself is a formidable opponent. I should have expected as much, but vanity is, thankfully, not among my vices. Oh, is there anything more vain than to say that vanity is not among my vices? We're all vain in some way. And if we can't admit it, then we're very vain in many ways, I think. Regardless, it turns out time spent in solitude is, in my case, time with a very sick man, or whatever it is I have become. I don't like this person. Okay, at least he's starting to admit that he's not perfect. And you know what? Being alone for a very long time can do something to you. What is it the Bible says about loneliness? Man is not meant to be alone. This is actually starting to become pretty interesting. I love this whole reclusive prophet angle. And people not fully understanding and constantly misinterpreting him. Pilgrim's Writing 5. I find myself thinking about his various pasts and my possible futures. I imagine continuing on the road, acquiring more power, more knowledge, more development of myself. I imagine passing through once more to another world to begin the process anew. Uh-oh. What is notable here, that road does seem gratifying. Every step is one of intrinsic reward, and I feel myself anticipating the pleasures in seeing a more contented version of myself in that future. Then, for the sake of considering all possibilities, I imagine if I took a different path, if I stopped running, stopped seeking to gather my own power, if I instead embraced the twinges of compassion I feel in my heart and let myself care for the people who seem to gather about me wherever I try to work, if I simply lived and taught and perhaps brought others to the light and died. That road also seems gratifying. I also see a contented version of myself in that future. Here's the difference, though. When I stop thinking about the glories I could achieve for myself, the pleasure fades nearly immediately. When I stop thinking about staying and building something, the feeling endures. There is something more sustaining about it, more fulfilling. I don't know what this difference signifies, but I'm grateful for the time I've taken to notice it. An interesting reflection. All right. Unlock personal room. If you came seeking the right answers, you will know what question to ask. How do I open this door? Return when you know the right question. Come on. Do we really have to ask about the Unity? I mean, he just scolded somebody who asked about the Unity in his previous book. But then again, she asked what was beyond the Unity. Okay, where's the food? Oh, man. Process of elimination here. What are you talking about? Oh, man. And finally, what is the Unity? I return to your question with a question, because of course you do. If you have read my writings, what is the burden of people? Okay, well, it's probably just going to send me back to return if I get any more wrong answers, so let's try and get them right. They're too heavy. People got to go on diets. We all seem to end up just fighting each other. People are necessary, but people are madness. Who is your most formidable opponent? Myself. Where does enduring contentment come from? In growing, becoming better, stronger. A nice cool drink on a warm day. In stopping. In embracing compassion. You came here seeking the true meaning of unity. If you still wish to find it, there is one final piece of myself in the next room. I found my own answer a long time ago, but not in the way I was expecting. I hope your journey gives you the truth. Yeah, but loot. Tracker's Primer 2. Permanently increases laser weapon damage by 5%. Pilgrim's final writing. I don't know what the correct answer is. I might never. Increasingly, though, I am comfortable with not knowing. The more I reflect on being here, in this world, in this time, the more I think it is precisely where I need to be. This time will be different. It won't be about me, so I won't have to run. I can actually build something with intent, instead of scrambling to fix something that others create in my name. It can be something beneficial. I can be something beneficial. I'm leaving behind that other person. This world has no place for him. Let him die. Let me live to enlighten the blessed universe before me. You have found the end of my journey, but to know everything, you must find its beginning. On Hyla 2, the island hides the scorpion, and the scorpion's sting hides the truth. Ooh, we're getting riddles here. Okay. It sounds like this guy is living multiple lives. Like it sounds like he's finding an ability to go back in time and relive his life with all of the knowledge that he has made in this life. He also sounds like a religious founder. He sounds like somebody who is a prophet and is constantly creating new religions with every life that he lives. Could it be that he was one of the original founders of House Varun? Could it be that he was one of the original founders of the House of the Enlightenment? But every time he comes back in time to relive his life, he sees that the religions he founded have gone off in weird directions and that they've misunderstood what he's really been saying and that they've failed to grasp the unity. Okay, let's find the scorpion sting on Hyla 2. If each time he comes back in time to relive his life, he creates a new religion until this last time when he realizes that it's worthless, what does he do then? He dies. But then does he come back? And what happens if he runs into his former self, founding one of these other religions when he's living his second, third, fourth life? Can they recognize each other? Do they even look the same?
How can I be of service, Captain?
Time to greet the stars.
Schalk Engelbrecht says, time paradox, you can only go forward in time. See, that's my problem.
Looks peaceful
You're right.
here, doesn't it?
Uh-oh.
Your grab drive is toast.
That was touch and go. Unidentified vessel, please acknowledge. You don't usually see Crimson Fleet this far out. Not everyone would have stuck their necks out for a patrol. Thanks. Any way we can repay you?
Ship parts.
Done. Thanks again for the help. UC out.
Anyway, you're right, because Einstein proved that time travel is possible, but only in one direction, forward. We can't actually go backwards in time, which of course is why having backwards compatible time travel in a grounded science fiction story is a little bit unfortunate. But then again, I think we've lost much of the grounding with the introduction of the artifacts and space magic, so perhaps we should just consider this space fantasy? Rachel says, I fall asleep to your streams, and my husband said he woke up to you ranting about resources, so to save you heartache, start collecting structural and ornamental plants and animals before you start decorating. Structural and ornamental. Thank you, Rachel. That's going to help a lot. Okay, will my grav drive take me all the way to Hyla? It will. And it looks like I've been to this system before. I've scanned 33% of it. All right, Hyla 2. Find the scorpion sting on Hyla 2. What a cool little solar system. We've got 4 big, beautiful gas giants. Blue rings, red rings, orange rings. And then a number of rocky planets. Abandoned mine. Aaron's camp. Alright, so we have been here before. Abandoned weapons station. Ancient ruins. We've been here before. Is this where we got one of the powers?
Let's put this bird on the ground.
Greetings, Captain.
No, we haven't discovered this location yet. Oh, right. I remember. I recognize this. We came here for another quest. Oh, I was wondering when I would be back here. We came here for another quest, but then I saw this ancient ruin on the map, and I'm like, oh, can I get a power here? But then when I got here, chat told me that I shouldn't come here because I would advance the plot. So here we are. Microbial infection, God! Stay out of the water. Okay. Is that the scorpion? It's not hostile.
That statue. Clearly some connection to the creatures in the area. What could it mean?
That's the scorpion sting. That's the sting. Well, it certainly looks like a scorpion sting. Oh dear. Alright, let's do a hard save. Just in case. go to the last star of the Scorpius constellation. Alright, so that's the Scorpius constellation. This is the Scorpion Sting ruin, and we had to move the light onto the final star that made up the sting of the Scorpion's tail. Okay, so we just had to come here to solve a puzzle. Alright, so now we need to go somewhere else. Right, great puzzle, guys. That was very challenging. I mean, at least it wasn't tedious. At least it was pretty quick. Jeff Day says, Ox, thank you for 15 months of fantastic content and entertaining games. I hope to be part of this community for a long time. Thank you very much, Jeff Day. It's always great to see you in the chat, and I hope you can stick with us for as long as possible. Right, let's just fast travel.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
Struts retracting. Let's get out of here.
Everything looks so pretty up here. We're in orbit.
Where'd it go?
Target's engines have been critically damaged.
Boom. Starborn down. Okay, so let's go to the Scorpion Sting. And that's going to be here. Where's the constellation? I guess it's this. Does this make up the Scorpion's tail, and then that's the sting? All right, a Borum Prime and a Borum Proxima. We need to go to a Borum Prime. I believe this is my first time here. Oh, right, yeah.
Board's all green. Successful jump.
It can't be. You found me. I knew I made the right choice in letting you go.
What do you mean?
Oh, please. Did you think I couldn't have found you again? Extinguished that little spark of competition for the artifacts before it grew stronger. I wanted to see what you would do. And I haven't been disappointed.
We could say time for round 2 then. Surrender or be destroyed. Or we could say Keeper Aquilia sent me to find the true meaning of unity. He's got a lot to answer for. Let's tell him to surrender.
I yield, Constellation. You should come aboard. There's another Starborn here who is very interested in meeting you.
What?
I can speak for myself. Constellation ship, you weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace.
And think of it as a ceasefire meeting. Your one shot at getting those answers you must desperately want.
A ceasefire meeting? Are the Starborn at war?
Not a bad description, actually.
We'll explain when we meet. In person.
And who's this second Starborn that's guaranteeing my safety?
Let's just say they're very dedicated to stopping me from getting the artifacts. So if you don't trust me, well, they're your next best bet.
I know your encounters with our kind have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk, and you deserve answers.
Okay. Well, you murdered Barrett, so I don't like you. But I also want answers. So, fine. I'll begin the docking procedure.
Good. See? We can all get along. For now.
For now. It's a very similar docking mechanism. Fascinating that it's compatible with mine. Ooh, cool. Let's save. Yay, I'm finally aboard a Starborn ship. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow, cool. Can I look around first? This is trippy. I love this. Wow, it's almost completely made of glass. Or some translucent substance. This is like you can see the moon through there. Hang tight, strange starborn creatures. I'll be right there.
Hello.
Doggone it!
Again.
This isn't funny. You killed
Do
Bear.
you remember the Emissary, perhaps? And their ship, the Helix? I believe they ambushed you above Neon and demanded that artifact you worked so hard to gain.
Thank you for the stellar introduction. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
Just tell me who you are, who the Starborn are. All I ever wanted was to talk. You attacked us, or damn right it is. Let's do this one.
Yes, we did. We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves.
We are all in it for ourselves. Some of us are just more honest. The Emissary threatened your ship, demanded you hand over your artifact. How is that so different from what I did?
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster.
For whom, exactly? I say whoever can collect them should.
You're talking in circles. I came to learn about the Unity. Or I agree, killing you and taking your artifacts are both on my list, or that doesn't justify murder.
And who gets to say that? You? Me? The Emissary? I have debated morality for near infinity, and all I have found are groups of people enforcing their will on others. Rules and laws spoken as principles, but backed by arms and violence.
Enough. We have more to discuss. The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn.
Not a relatively expendable Dusty anymore, are you? Look at where you've ended up.
That's a projection. It can't be his real face. I'm not peering into the helmet. We could say this is some kind of cruel trick. Barrett, it can't be you. I saw you die. Or we can stay silent. I'm gonna stay silent.
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds. Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the Eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the Hunter killed you.
One of me, at least.
I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others. That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds, including yours.
So it's not time travel, it's multiverse. So this Unity is where the artifacts are from? The temples?
They are all connected.
But both of you are trying to keep people from it.
I have to. This is bigger than all of us. All the artifacts are needed to complete the Armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them.
Here it comes. The Emissary tells you only the worthy should enter heaven.
You're twisting what I mean.
They're hypocrites. They use the chaos caused by the hunt for the artifacts to establish an order where they decide who's worthy. I attacked your lodge because I wanted the artifacts, and you held me off. You got away. That wasn't some morality play. You didn't survive because of righteousness. You won because of persistence, luck, and skill. As I have done countless times.
I was also human once. But what does it matter who or what I was when eternity is within your grasp?
Okay. You've been to the Unity multiple times? What does that mean?
It means I've seen thousands of universes, collected their artifacts, been to their temples. You have a small taste of their power, but it keeps going.
I'm nothing like you. Or this can't be true. Aquilius is a man of peace. You're a monster. Or Keeper Aquilius? No. Some other version of the same person.
You're learning. My other self wants you to walk the path he walks. To give up. To appreciate the universe you have. Easy for a person who's seen everything, done everything. I think you should see it for yourself. You've never come this far. Not in all the universes I've seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you.
You're going to tip the scales one way or another. Better your hand be on one of our sides.
So I help one of you, we combine our artifacts and enter the Unity. Or I'm not helping someone who murdered my friend, or whatever war is going on between you two, I want no part in it. I mean, I'm kind of at the point where I really don't want a part in it. Like, they want my artifacts so that they can go to the Unity and go into another universe or something like that. So they're going to keep hunting me to get my artifacts, presumably. Or we could unite and use the artifacts together, but who says I want to leave this universe at all? Maybe I want to continue living here. I'll say, so I help one of you, we combine our artifacts and enter the Unity?
Bingo.
I want a truce between all three of us. Give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine or the Hunters?
Yes. Let's see how willing you are to live under someone else's rules. Just remember, one of us isn't trying to judge you.
Optional, talk to the Hunter. Optional, talk to the Emissary. Leave the Scorpius. Thing is, they both tried to kill me. And this one succeeded in killing
Emissary and their kind only want to control you.
So say you.
The Unity is meant for whomever can get there. Don't fall for that talk of worthiness.
What is the Unity to you? Why kill for it?
Whoever created the artifacts and built those temples is playing a game with us. One whose prize is access to the center of all creation. There are no rules. Whoever gets all the pieces wins. And I've won. Over and over. I don't kill for the Unity. I find the easiest pathway to it.
Why did you attack us?
I've simply found that it's the quickest way. Talking, forming alliances, waiting for the right moment to commit theft. It's all so tiresome. I'll admit, you getting away has been the most interesting thing to happen in quite some time. As soon as I realized what had happened, I knew I needed to wait until this meeting with the Emissary to decide what to do about you.
After you attacked the Lodge, you let me go. Why?
To see what would happen, of course. You might not understand just how many times I've done this. Usually, you're the one who ends up dead, and whoever cries over your body goes on to become the Emissary. Sometimes I manage to get you all bunched up and take care of the problem in one go. Sometimes the Emissary has gotten to me first, and I never arrive. Hundreds and hundreds of variations of me, hacking through Constellation. And it's almost never you. You making it to your ship on your own. It's new. I took it as a sign. I don't get many of those anymore.
So it's Groundhog Day. This guy is living the same life over and over and over again. All to collect artifacts, to collect power, to someday get to the center of all creation. But he's not there yet. He's been doing it for God knows how long. But then something different happens. Something that he hasn't seen in the countless times that he's done this. And that's why he paused. You called the Emissary a hypocrite. Why?
They enter the Unity, take artifacts from others, employ force. All the things I do. I am many things, but I would never tell anyone what to do with their gifts. That is your decision, not someone else's. The Emissary wants to become the judge of who gets to enter, but the Unity itself doesn't judge.
You had this meeting because of me?
No, we always end up having this meeting at this time. But it's the usual affair. Can we make peace? No. Oh, how tragic. Honestly, I was beginning to wonder why I kept attending. And it's bad habit I started a long time ago. Perhaps I just like meeting the Emissary to gloat. But you have get something quite new to talk about. Maybe you're a random die roll. Or maybe the Unity is finally responding to all my hard work.
So he clearly thinks that the Emissary is trying to control everybody and to be a judge. But that's just his perspective. What's the Emissary got to say?
I'll tell you everything I can. I know we're not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it's good to see you again, old friend.
Man of Warp says, so the Hunter is just like the think tank, running the same experiment over and over again. I mean, loosely. I don't think that this particular plot and the plot of the think tank are really all that correlated. It really is much more like Groundhog Day. He's stuck in this looping universe where the same thing happens over and over again, and kind of like how we saw in Groundhog Day, Bill Murray even tried killing himself multiple times to get out of it, and it never worked. And so he kind of lost a value for life. I think the Hunter also has... He no longer sees value in human life because the universe just recycles itself. Whenever he gets to the Unity, he goes back and starts over from the very, very beginning, sees all the same people. Killing them in a previous incarnation of his life didn't matter because they're there. They're back where they were at the beginning. And so he doesn't really see the wrong in killing. It's just a means to an end, and he's choosing the faster, most expeditious way to get through all of this to finally get the keys of creation or whatever. So from his twisted perspective, it makes a lot of sense, and yet it's still murder, and for all of the people whom he's killed, they don't have an opportunity to go back into the Unity and try again. That was their only shot at life. This was their only universe. And he robbed them of their future by murdering them. Something he doesn't care about, because he gets to relive his life over and over and over again. What happens when you enter the Unity?
It's not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you, offer you the chance to become Starborn. You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone. Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion? Or is it testing us?
Who was I in your universe? What was I like?
Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version. But so much of you stays the same. It's hard. But each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again. As yours won't have its real me.
So you try to protect the artifacts? Keep them from being abused?
You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way.
So who are the other Starborn? The guys landing in their ships trying to attack me wherever I go. Clearly they're attracted to the armillary on my ship because it's full of artifacts. It's a quick stop shop to get a bunch of artifacts to continue on their journey, but there can only be one person who goes through the Unity, right? And yet we see these ships filled with Starborn, as if they're part of some sort of alliance. What exactly is the armillary?
When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the Armillary. In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself. Through it, you can reach the Unity, and from there, you can become Starborn.
So presumably all of the other Starborn we've met and killed have done this exact same thing. Well, now I leave, right? That's it? I just hear their sides and leave? Pilot seat. Hey, can I steal the ship? Quick save. Can I steal the Hunter ship? Ah, I am not authorized to pilot this ship. So, it's not time travel, it's multiverse, it's Groundhog Day. Similar, but different.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be. Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself.
Hey.
Here, to open the way.
Earth's moon? In the Sol system?
Yes. I will say no more.
Wait, if he's trying to keep people from getting the artifacts, why is he helping me find this one? We can say, fine, I'll see what I can find on the moon. Or you Starborn sure like your "you must see for yourself" nonsense. Or thank you, all I ever wanted was answers. Let's try this.
I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me. I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again, go to Earth's moon. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure that they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space. Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you.
Now that we've gotten to this point, I'm actually really glad. New mission, go to Nova Galactic Research Station? What's that? New mission, final glimpses, return to the lodge. I'm actually really glad that we let Barrett die. Because I think it makes way more sense. We already knew from the story that Barrett had found artifacts. He had had that experience before. So it makes sense this late in the game to discover that the Emissary is none other than Barrett, who in another universe found more artifacts and found more of them until he got to the Unity and came back and did this whole thing over and over again. Had this been Sarah,
I'm sure Constellation will be eager to hear what we've told you.
had it been Sam, had it been our companion, Alendra, whatever her name is, it wouldn't have made as much sense, would it? But it being Barrett makes a lot of sense, based on what we know of Barrett. Zartad says the Emissary is whomever dies. I realize that, yeah. The Emissary is whomever we allowed to die, and whoever dies is whatever companion we were closest to at that point in the game. But what I'm saying is that I'm glad that it's Barrett in this case, because it makes more sense from the point of the plot, because only Barrett was the one who previously encountered an artifact before we got to that point in the story. Andrea, yes, thank you. I don't understand why I'm having such a mental block with her name. Andrea. Starborn ships are really cool. Unearthed. The Emissary has given me a key to a base on Luna, Earth's moon, saying I'll learn more about the artifacts if I investigate. Final glimpses. I should return to the lodge and tell them what I've learned about the Unity. But then I also got an activity, did I not? I could have sworn that I saw something pop up that was not just those two quests. Huh. Right. I'm really curious about the moon, but we should probably go to... Oh, this is it. Unearthed. Go to the Nova Galactic Research Station. Okay, that's the one on the moon. Right. That's what I saw. I think this one we should do first because it makes more sense to go and talk with them and tell them everything we've learned before going to the moon.
Separation complete.
Gotta say, that was not what I expected. And it doesn't bother me as much as it could have. It's interesting. I don't walk away pissed off. I could have very well have been pissed off, but I don't walk away pissed off. So I'm grateful for that. Right, let's go back to Alpha Centauri.
Will we be stopping for food? I would not mind trying something, and there are plenty of options.
Are you wanting me to take you out on a date? I mean, we haven't gone out on a date yet, have we? You look amazing, by the way. Okay, well, we've got some news, Constellation. Let's have a chat.
I wonder what has happened while we have been away.
Quick save.
Matteo told us about your Pilgrim's voyage.
You found it, didn't you? The meaning of unity.
There's an infinite number of me out there. I feel sorry for all of them. Barrett is alive! A version of him from another universe. Or it's the center of a multiverse. We're building the way to it.
Wait, say that again? Multiple universes?
You can't possibly mean what I think you mean.
Yes, I wouldn't mind a little more detail.
Trust me, there's multiple universes. The unity is how we get to them. It makes you Starborn. Apparently, in another universe, I died, and Barrett lived. He's the emissary now, a Starborn. I met a version of Barrett. He told me the unity creates the Starborn, and they can cross universes. I mean, it's 3 ways to say the exact same thing.
I don't even want to think about the physiological changes you'd need to travel between universes.
Plus what it would do to the mind? Enlightenment? Or oblivion? Like the hunter.
You have the opportunity to reach the closest thing to your god that might exist. And you're second-guessing it?
One doesn't approach the afterlife without some trepidation.
We should all take time to think about what this means. Think of what awaits us. A new life. The powers of the Starborn. Or this is our mission. To go into the unknown. Let's think about what it means.
You're right. This is a lot to take in.
Not to make a sharp turn in a grand tale, but I got the eye fixed up. Bruised, but still blinking. Let me know when you're ready to follow up on what it's seen.
Okay. Metavorb says, pisses me off that mankind that is capable of faster than light space travel hasn't invented ballistic weave for clothing. You just want to be a railroad agent in space. Interesting that Sarah isn't here for that. I mean, I realize she's on my ship, but you'd think Sarah would come here for this particular plot point divulge. All right.
These last glimpses from the eye are from the farthest fringes of known space. Could be the only remaining pieces outside the hands of the Starborn.
Remember when deep space was our only problem?
Aye. The blackest sea seems less of a concern when there are sharks leaping out at you.
Thanks, Vladimir. I'll follow up on these.
Catch a smile out there.
Okay, we've got Freya 3 and Tau Ceti 6. Only 2, because we actually found a couple of them on our own while doing other quests. I wonder if she has any new dialogue about what we've just learned.
A credit for your thoughts, as they say.
No.
May the serpent guard you.
Surely Sam and Sarah have something to say about what we've just learned.
Hey there. Glad to see you again.
Heaven is having a smooth running ship with a crew of friends.
Handling those tricky decisions regarding Rugen must have been difficult.
Rugen.
In fact, I'm amazed you were able to deal with him at all. Those types of corporations remind me why I never ventured into business. I can't stand that way of life.
Right, we never talked to them about how the Rugen plot finished. What way of life is that?
The moral ambiguity, the deceit, the avarice. Mega corporations seem to exude a complete disregard for common human decency.
We could say I couldn't agree more. It's disgusting, or that's understandable. Not everyone's cut out for the business world, or not all corporations are as immoral as you make them out to be. Let's go. Yeah, it's disgusting.
It is disgusting. And I'm pleased you recognized that Rugen almost made a grievous error in judgment. After all, based on your recommendation, they've ceased their work on that disturbing neuroamp technology.
Why does the neuroamp technology frighten you so much?
You mean other than the fact that it can turn a free-willed human being into a mindless automaton? For you to even ask me that question means you're completely blind to the implications of that horrid device.
I mean, I did convince them to not put it into production. We could say neuroamp technology could have provided a non-lethal way to stop your enemy. That technology could have kept Rugen employees' jobs secure for years to come. Or I'm happy you approve of my decision.
Why wouldn't I be pleased about your decision? Can you imagine if that technology had fallen into the wrong hands? The awful things you could force people to do. Oh, it's terribly frightening.
What sort of awful things are you talking about?
How about making someone forcibly end their own life? Or worse, pick up a weapon and start shooting at innocent people? Taking control of someone's mind and implanting suggestions is a terrifying prospect of this weapon.
I hadn't thought of it that way. I can't even begin to fathom the repercussions, or agreed. The negatives completely outweigh the positives.
Yes, quite. Well, I've certainly taken up enough of your time. Thanks for letting me get that off my mind.
You want to get affinity points with Sarah? Just agree with everything she says. All right, but I want to talk with you about the Starborn thing that we just learned. Can we talk with her about that?
Important or not, I'm ready to listen.
No, we can't. That's odd. President 99 says, please, for the love
Hey,
of
Dad.
unity.
Want to hear a poem I wrote?
Oh,
it's called a haiku.
It's really good
I
talking
just
to
read
you.
about them.
A haiku, huh?
How many times, like in this broadcast alone, we've had the haiku conversation twice. President 99 says, please, for the love of the unity, put Andrea in normal clothing. And give her the Varun weapon. She is skilled for particle weapons since you don't use it. All right, President 99. But I'm having a great time with her in that crazy getup.
Sounds exciting. Let's hear it.
I'm interrupting you.
Okay.
Of all the places in the galaxy, only Neon can make me feel so damn oily. And you dealt with its absolute worst. Rugen, Infinity LTD, all of it. You doing all right? That was a lot.
We can pass a Neon Street Rat check. To say living on the streets, I always wondered what it was like living the good life. Not as good as I pictured it.
Guess anywhere is better than slumming in an Epside. Even this. How come no matter how advanced society gets, we still just can't help coming up with new horrors to inflict on ourselves? Mechs, xeno-warfare, and now this neuroamp tech. Swear it's the worst yet. Thank God you put a stop to it.
Is neuroamp tech really as bad as the others?
It's worse, far worse. The other tech is capable of untold destruction, but with the neuroamp, they can take away your very body. They can make you do any damn thing they want. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
Scientific progress marches on no matter what we do, or nothing good would come from neuroamps.
Amen to that. With a piece of work like Rugen, I know there isn't a good person to put in charge. I mean, I guess Masako's better than Ularu Chen, but you just know if violence, or being just plain evil was the path of least resistance, then Masako would pick it same as Ularu.
And that's kind of what the Hunter is choosing. He's choosing the path of least resistance to get the most artifacts that he can, the quickest way that he can, without the implications of what it does to the people in the universe, because he sees himself as above them now, almost like a mini god. Masako's a capable CEO. She'll keep Ryujin going, or you act like I should pick someone else. Or as horrible as Masako is, she was the least bad choice.
You're right. I know you're right. Well, the whole damned affair is over. Thank God.
And we got some positive affinity with him.
You're, you're something else.
And we can't talk with him about the Starborn. Well, maybe it's hidden under personal questions.
For you, love, anything.
No.
I never tire of your company.
Okay. Well, let's go to the moon.
Time to push some G's.
Orbital pattern locked in.
Man of Warb says, what's really funny is that Ko's voice actor voiced Adam Jensen in Deus Ex Human Revolution, a game in which one of the first implants Adam gets is one that manipulates people to agree with him. That is ironic. I didn't realize that. I tried playing Deus Ex, and I couldn't get into it. I think I got like a couple hours into it, because I was thinking of doing a stream, and I kept on thinking, the more I play this, I'll eventually start to like it. But no, I just kept playing, and I just didn't like it. All right, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Earth, Luna. Where's Luna? There's the Nova Galactic Star Yard. Is that where we're going? No, we're going to the Nova Galactic Research Station, which is on the moon's surface.
landing initiated. Watch your flaring.
James McCoy says, "Hey Ox, how are you? Just got Starfield myself. What do you think so far?" Well, I'm thoroughly enjoying the game. It's got its rough edges, as I talk about all the time.
Captain, it is pleasant to see
And in
you.
typical Bethesda fashion, whenever there is a rough edge, it ends up being unintentionally hilarious. Oh, is this another Starborn? No. Random encounter. All right, I gotta check it out. If you can laugh when things don't go right, if you can find the humor in it, then all of the little strange glitches that happen in this Bethesda game end up being a lot of fun. But if it completely breaks you from the immersion and it just pisses you off, then it might ruin your day. That said, I enjoy the combat immensely. I think the combat is probably the best they've ever done in a Bethesda game. Whoa. Whoa. What did they drop off? A bunch of mercenaries, maybe. I think the dogfighting, it was tricky at first. It took me a while to get used to, but now that I'm used to it, it's actually pretty okay. I don't mind dogfighting. I think the ambition that they had to create a universe that felt like it was big and you could explore is mostly realized. There are definitely... It would be better if you could just land on a planet, of course, without fading to black first, but it doesn't bother me that much. So, if you're able to enjoy the positives, it's a great game to play. Okay, we got some people over here. Huh. Ship landing site. They're not hostile. Oh wait, they are hostile. Pirate brigand, okay.
Quiet. Did you hear that? Come then. Meet your death.
Why would they land and drop off a bunch of pirates on the moon?
Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
I guess to raid a nearby research station or something? Alright, one of them ran off this way, right? I think I got it. Okay, to the station. Oh yeah, this is a moonwalk. Okay, investigate the research station. Mission unearthed. Well, that's very literal. This is not Earth. But now I've got the key. Why would Barrett send us here? Why would Barrett from another universe send us here? What could this be? galaxy or energy.
Impressive that such an old structure would be in this shape after over 100 years.
President 99 says, warning Ox, this what's upcoming is ultra important for a lore video, so net thorough. All right, will do, President 99. I'll be as thorough as I possibly can. Though, when it comes to primary story places, I probably won't do lore videos on them until I at one point do a lore series on the full story of Starfield, if that ever happens, and it might not. Remember, I'm just now getting through my full story of Fallout 4, several years after Fallout 4 was released, and I did all of the other locations first. So, we'll see, But, point taken, I will scour every nook and cranny, starting with Moonbase Slate 1.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. Voltaire is being reconfigured for this new initiative. The math we're being asked to crunch is ambitious, even for a supercomputer. We might as well be asking it to count every grain of sand in every desert on Earth. Who came up with these original equations? Our partner isn't being very open about it. Every question I have goes through some discretionary channel. I'm surprised we even know we're working on a ship.
Optional, collect all the slates. Okay, so they're working on a ship. They're working on an AI, Voltaire. Could you... No, it was the Voltaire Initiative. Is that the name of the AI? Moonbase Slate 3. Let's get Moonbase Slate 2 first, and that's probably going to be up here. Why would they give us 3 before 2? Is 2 lying around here somewhere? Right, well, we just see 3, so let's get 3.
Voltaire really is something else. A supercomputer so powerful, they put it on the damn moon to keep it cool. Although by that logic, they should be running it purely in the vacuum of space. But hey, good marketing material. I've been spending some off hours running some dumb simulations, just because I can. My favorite so far is simulating the sound of every duck on Earth quacking after receiving a piece of bread. You didn't know you wanted a real-time sim of feeding all the ducks, but now you have it. You're welcome, humanity.
I like Malcolm. I like the way he thinks. Whisperfire says, I find it amusing that Bethesda used NASA's assets for Luna, Jupiter, and Mars, but they were not able to get permission to use the logo and improvised. Yeah, I think I understand. NASA is a governmental organization that has a long reputation, a huge history, and by placing NASA's logo in the game, it might be seen as an endorsement. And what would the marketing department do? Starfield is endorsed by NASA, or NASA was brought on to help with yada, 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 and NASA probably didn't want that. They didn't want to be getting into the marketing of a video game. And yet it's also really cool that they gave all of this data to Bethesda so that they could accurately give us the surface of all of these known extraterrestrial bodies. Oh, man. Slate 6. We are not getting them in order.
When I accepted the assignment up here, We were told to bring a couple of personal items. Some psychological studies said it helped when you're away from Earth this long. I brought my grandmother's old abacus. I would play with it on her lap, and she'd teach me the Russian for all the numbers. She, just got word that she passed. The next shuttle isn't for 3 months, so I won't be able to go to the funeral. Goodbye, Babushka. Thank you for teaching me math. It brought me to the moon.
Poor lady. It sounds like we don't need to read them in order. They're not connected narratively. All right. Okay, bottom, all, lower 3, bottom, top 2, and bottom, lower 3, 1 and 2. Jeez. All right, so if we put that there, and if we put that there. Okay, if we put that there, then that means we're going to need this one for that. So, for the middle one, well, it's kind of like all of the above, really. We could put that there, and then put that there. And the same for the inner ring, which means we can use that there. And then we'll use... And then we'll have to use... No, we can use that. Then if we use that there, and use that there, we can use that there. No. Worse. Cosmetic. Chat said I should grab that. And nickel. Cool.
I hope you can succeed at that before we are If you are free soon, could we talk?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you gonna get upset at me for dumping you?
It is pleasing to speak with you.
And then bring you back?
So, we finally have all the answers. And yet here I stand, feeling like I understand even less than I did before. This talk of the unity of a multiverse? Dead friends appearing again? It is all simply too much.
There we go. Finally, a character talking about this. There's only one way to prove whether it's true. Someone has to enter the Unity, where you don't seem happy about any of this, where the artifacts, the powers, the Starborn, it all seems to add up.
Does it? Perhaps you find all this satisfactory, but I am afraid I do not. We must take the word of a murderer and follow him into the Unity? What if it does nothing the Starborn have claimed?
Everything about the Great Serpent makes sense to you, right? That's how this feels for me. They have no reason to lie to us at this point. After meeting with the Starborn, I believe them. With all that we've seen, all that we've been through, this just feels true. We don't have any options to agree with her and say, yeah, this all feels off, or to say that we're displeased about this at all. Let's bring it back to the Great Serpent then, I guess.
I do not know how to respond. I understand what you are trying to say, but I just cannot feel the same way.
It's okay to be scared. This is a huge leap. We have to see where this leads, what the Unity is. We need to finish what we've started. There's too much at stake to do anything else. I really want to see this through, and I need your support. We need to finish what we've started.
When we started this mission, we had no idea where it would lead, that we would lose people along the way. If we had known, would we still have been so keen to get here? Even if everything the Starborn have said is true, if you pass into this unity and come out in some other universe, look at who they are, and what they have become. They have the faces and voices of people you know, but are nothing like them. Are you not at all worried that the same fate would befall you? That you would become someone unrecognizable to the rest of us?
It's a great question, something that concerns me as well. This is what exploring is really about. Taking risks, venturing into the unknown. I understand what you're saying, but I have to see this through. This is all just theory until we have all of the artifacts. Let's focus on that first. This is happening, so you better get on board. Is this about the Unity, or is it about us?
Can it not be about both? We have been through a great deal together. If you go into this Unity, we have no idea whether we would ever see each other again. Or, if we did, would we be the same? Different versions of ourselves somehow? That is not a risk I think I wish to take.
I guess we'll go with this is what exploring is really about. Taking risks, venturing into the unknown.
Now you sound like Sarah. But you are not wrong. I will do my best to assume the best, but you cannot blame me for preparing for the worst. We should get back to it. Now that we know what to work towards, there's no time to waste.
Okay. She's understandably concerned. But we know there are at least 6 slates.
It would seem that the occupants left in a hurry. Hopefully for no reason we need to be concerned about.
Let's explore this room first, and then we'll move on to the next one. An advanced lock safe. And that leads back outside. Okay, this is our quest objective, but let's work on the slates first. Here we go, slate 2.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. I admit, this is not the most disciplined team I've ever run. Malcolm keeps stealing computational time on Voltaire and thinks I don't know this. And Sabina's been distracted lately, but won't tell anyone why. I really should demand answers from both of them. But honestly, I'm too preoccupied with this contract. We all are. Despite anything going on in our personal lives, there's something special about what we're building here.
And that's why they gave them to us out of order, so that we would understand what both of them were distracted with. One guy was distracted by making computations about ducks quacking when they received bread. And the other girl was distracted because her grandmother had just died. But by my count, we're still missing... There we go. After this one.
You ever get jealous? You know, the crew in the shipyard? Building the actual vessels that are going to travel the stars?
We're literally on a base on the moon.
Oh, come on, Sabina. I'm trying to share my dreams here.
Well, your dreams are always out there and never here where the rest of us live. Can't you just be happy doing your job?
Where's the fun in that?
President 99 says this thing/bug destroyed my immersion, while at the same time having the companion in this dress. Anyways, have fun doing the story here. I loved it. Thank you. You guys are either loving or hating the fact that I've got Andrea in that awesome, awesome costume from Neon. There it is. Slate 4.
Okay, confession time. Being single on a moon base is the worst. I only get like an hour to use the communication link to Earth every couple of days. And let me tell you, there's long distance dating, and then there's like long distance dating, you know? Oh, hey there, I'm a scientist, deadly employed, willing to take you out for coffee in like 6 months when I'm back from space. It's not a great opening line.
You seriously can't get a date? You're an astronaut.
Hey, no one asked you.
All right, that's all the slates. Voltaire. I want to remind the research team that Voltaire is a highly proprietary supercomputer that is currently being contracted exclusively for the use in Project Prism. It is not meant for your own personal projects. Yes, it is amusing to see just how many decimal points of pi it can calculate, but how many bits of encryption it can brute force, or whether you can simulate table tennis with a perfect aerodynamic simulation. But there will be time for that later. For now, I need everyone concentrating on hitting our deadline. We're developing exciting new aerospace technology with our partner and client. That should be more than enough to keep anyone from being bored. Project Prism launch. And that updated the quest. We're happy to announce that the first test launch of Project Prism will be held today. I would like everyone to suit up and join us on the roof at 9 o'clock EDT. Reminder to please sync all watches to Eastern Daylight Time. Our partner will also be on radio for the launch. We'll be recording the event, so be on your best behavior. Ooh. On the roof? Oh, what happened on the roof? Oh dear. Looks like we're going to the roof. No bodies. That's good news. Come on. Play recording. Uh-oh.
Engine spin-up time almost complete. Total time 5 minutes 22 seconds. Right on schedule.
How are the helium-3 valves holding, Nova?
We double-checked the leakage concerns this morning before the launch. All signs green.
Any changes to the calculation sequence from Voltaire?
No changes since we uploaded the last figures yesterday. It's a clean shot from here to Jupiter.
One day the computer will be on board the spaceship. Just imagine that.
One miracle of science at a time, Canaveral. Counting down in 5, 4, 3,
Jupiter.
2, 1. Canaveral, are you reading?
All clear, Nova. Indicators look good. The ship should be cruising Jupiter's orbit right now. Visual confirmation will be possible in 32 minutes. Afraid the speed of light is on the slow side these days.
How does it feel to break the laws of physics, Canaveral?
We're all pretty excited down here in NASA, I won't lie.
Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data?
Not in a million years, Nova.
So the development of the grav drive. And the supercomputer that helped develop it went on board the ship towards Jupiter. And the original data, the original calculations that they used to develop the grav drive are kept a secret. Go to NASA. The first grav drive was developed with the help of NASA on Earth. I need to find out how this is connected with the artifacts. So we gotta go to Earth. Cape Canaveral. Zarteth says, I, for one, dislike the neon outfit on Andrea. On one hand, it's very distracting, but on the other hand, it's very distracting. All right. Right.
Eager to help, if I can.
Fine.
I have never been one to shy away.
Okay. Off. How do I unequip? B. There you go.
A shame that there is not more to discuss.
Dust off complete.
Okay.
And just like that,
Cape
we're in
Canaveral.
space.
Earth. Yay, a new Earth location. President 99 says, small tip box.
Beginning landing cycle.
Shoot your companion once or twice to get them to shut up. It's therapeutic. Maybe, but I just don't have it in me to intentionally shoot my companion.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied to see that you survived your most recent sleep cycle.
Oh, yes. What is that? What ship was on the launch pad when Earth lost its atmosphere? It's still powered.
To think that towers like this were once absolutely essential to ensuring our survival. And now here they are, buried and forgotten.
Is there gonna be a snow globe here?
Perhaps an elevator will allow us to access what lies beneath all this dust.
I could jump up, but I'm trying to see if there's... yeah. I don't want to miss anything, so we'll take the long route. Oh, wow. Ooh. Huh. Okay, so this is a bit of a dead end. Unless... Hello.
I promise not to laugh if you need to jump up and down to stay warm.
Dungho Choi says, but I love the dancer outfit though, lol. By the way, I think we need a mod that disables NPC idle chat for your lore videos, lol. Oh, well, I mean, if you love it. I mean,
Yes, you need. What have you got for me?
I mean, I gotta keep the chat happy. If he loves it, I mean, there we go. Richard Johansson says there are 2 snow globes to be found at the NASA facilities. One of them is really missable. Good luck. Oh dear God. All right. Thank you, Richard. If I miss it, definitely let me know. Super Taram says going to the top isn't required, but fun. Thank you, Super Taram.
Thank you for the conversation and everything.
She is so awkward. It's so funny. Right. Well, let's take the stairs instead of jumping up just to see where the stairs take us. And if they don't take us to the top, we can jump up. Oh. Oh. This feels like exploring that super mutant ruin in Fallout 4. The construction site.
We can never know whether lives were lost because this ship never launched, but it was built for a reason.
Alright, we could go across those pipes to get over there. Or up the elevator shaft. Or through here.
This work would not have been done if the ship had not meant to launch. A shame.
You just keep talking, Andrea. Just keep talking. Toy rocket. Ooh. Right, we came from there. We could go through there. This door leads back out there. That's probably where we're gonna need to go. Let's finish exploring this office really quickly. This leads back out there too. Wow, I haven't found a single snow globe yet. Are there really 2 snow globes here? Am I that bad at this? Okay, so they
seems the only thing lacking is power. With it, this elevator should still function.
President 99 says, I hereby donate this amount to get this thing off of her. If you want it to have to donate more. Oh, you don't like the outfit. Oh, okay. Well,
And
anything.
just what is on your mind? Did you need me to
Anything to make Chad happy. I mean, if you don't like it, I'll take it off. There we go. No more dancer outfit for Andrea.
I appreciate our little discussions, you know.
Find a way inside. Check. Enter NASA. Well, that's the elevator, but I gotta power it up according to Andrea, right? NASA access code. Okay. Well, we know what to do with these. And let's keep one, just in case. Now, chat said I don't have to go all the way to the top, but that it's fun if I do. I wonder what that means. So clearly we take this to go into the base. But to keep going up, Zarteth says, okay, let me rephrase. I both like and dislike the funny suit. You should probably keep it on and keep it off. Schrodinger's Neondreja. I love it, Zarteth. Your ability to love and hate something at the same time is, I can relate to that. I can so relate to that. Super Taram says the globes are inside NASA, not on the gantry. Oh, okay, Super Taram, thank you. M. Stewart says, according to the wiki, there are 4 to 5 snow globes here, but at least one of them is a duplicate. I mean, I've already collected a number of snow globes on Earth. Are you saying there are 4 to 5 snow globes in this building? Jeez. Yeah. Getting lots of spacesuits. Ooh, there's a little room over here. Ah, and a freaking advanced lock. All right, that goes there. That goes there. Can't be used. This can be used right there. No, because we got to use that right there, which means that. Oh dear. If we use that there. Okay, so we could use that there, and use that there, and then use that there. But that can't be used there. So we'd have to use that there, Ah, I see. And then use that there.
How quickly can you get that done?
Oh my. Do I really want to go all the way to the top? This is a lot of work. Yay! Making it easier for me. Oh no. Jeez. There we go. There's sand everywhere. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Hey.
So little to see from up here, where once humanity spread in every direction.
And she actually has dialogue for getting all the way to the top. Hey, hey, look at that. And we're rewarded with this little guy. Oh! Snow globe! There's the snow globe at the top! NASA snow globe! Yeah! I'm glad I came to the top. Look at that. I'm glad I didn't give up. I almost did. Holy cow! Look at this! There's our ship! I can see my ship from here. Wow. Doesn't look like Florida. Alright, does that say Nova Galactic? Should that say Nova Galactic on a ship that never left Earth? I guess Nova Galactic existed before the Cataclysm. Right, let's find a way down.
Oh! Need a moment to walk that off?
No, I'm gonna hurt myself. I am gonna hurt myself. Oh, I am so gonna suffer. I'm gonna sprain an ankle. Oh. Klautos says, donating this amount to put the dancing costume on Sam? Okay, now you're making me have to remember things. I don't know if I'm going to remember to take the costume off Andrea and put it on Sam when I get back. Why are you guys giving me more work to do? You're giving me more work. I'll try to remember. Klautos. Gontro Dim says the next area through the elevator has recordings. Andrea will blab often if you keep moving forward after activating them for your information. Yeah, that's what really annoyed me about the last recording. She started talking right in the middle of it. So annoying. Super Taram says all will be explained soon. NASA awaits. Thank you. There.
Whoever once used this room probably never could have imagined all that has happened since it was built.
Find information about NASA. Can do. Launch procedures. Remember, the final vitals and suit seal checks are essential. Yes, we've come a long way as far as tolerances. Yes, the number of people cleared for launch is much higher than it used to be, but these people's lives are still in our hands. I know there's rumors that the next launch is slated to be canceled, but let's not have that be on us. Assume it's go time every time. Your professionalism is what makes space travel just a little bit safer, and we can use every ounce we can get. Access station logs. Error, archives damaged, running system recovery, partial archives retrieved. Delivery from Mars.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatian. The recent delivery from Mars is unsettling. I was expecting rock samples or maybe fossils of microbial life. Instead, Dr. Victor Isa comes with 2 members of the military. Everything they brought back is under wraps. What could a theoretical physicist need with a sample from Mars?
Dr. Victor Aiza.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatian. I've been trying to cozy up to Dr. Aiza, Victor, to see what is going on. His team has completely commandeered one of the labs with those 2 military handlers, checking who comes in and out. I joked that maybe he found a little gray man and was doing an autopsy, and he grew very pale.
Whoa.
2 days later, he sends me a request asking for more information on my background in materials science, metallurgical engineering. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think I'm being invited into the lab.
Shulk Engelbrecht says Curie. Oh, is that the same voice actress as Curie? Meeting today.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatian. I have never been so nervous since I defended my dissertation. 4 hours talking to Victor and his team about theoretical metals, atomic bonding, even a half-hour divergence into magnetism that I'm pretty sure was to throw me off the trail of what we were actually talking about. Then I got to see the lab. I don't know how much I should say, but the periodic table just got thrown out the window.
Okay. Oh dear. Well, they've certainly set themselves up. I have great expectations now. Little gray men throwing out the periodic table. What could this mean? Oh dear. They're like these little dogs so much. Too bad I can't properly light it.
It would seem there is more here to explore. Shall we?
Absolutely. Is that that's a snow globe. Why can't I get to it? It's a NASA snow globe. Well, I have one already. I got the one that was on the very top. Ooh, whoa. Whoa, 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 okay.
NASA was very proud of all that it accomplished. I suppose they had a right to be.
NASA office key. Oh, this is huge. Oh my God, I gotta explore all of this. Touch to learn more. Leaving Earth forever. In 2150, scientists first predicted the destruction of our beloved Earth. Atmospheric phenomena would cause breathable air to sputter outside of Earth's gravity, dooming all life that remained. An estimated 50 years until the end has given NASA and other space agencies around the world the opportunity to migrate humanity away from certain death and into the stars. Thanks in part to the development of the grav drive, humanity will live on. Man of Warp says, so, picking up copies of Great Expectations never left you with any great expectations, huh? Well, with that logic, what does it mean when I pick up a copy of Crime and Punishment? All right, let's head down here.
That was quite a leap.
Come on, why do I keep doing this to myself? Lunar Rover. From 1971 to 1972, the Lunar Rover was used for the last Apollo missions and could carry 2 astronauts. The chevron tread patterns on the wheels were made from titanium to help maintain traction on the moon's surface. The rover was also fully electric and ran on batteries whose power was intended to last for the duration of the mission. Super Tram says, tip, interact with the plaque on the rover. Thank you. I did. Okay, let's see. This goes up to another level here. Let's explore this really quickly. I think we're gonna have to go down. I tore a muscle. Ugh. Okay, let's go in order here. Mercury spacesuit. Adapted from a design originally intended for high-altitude aircraft, the Mercury spacesuit would undergo several modifications to deal with pressure, oxygen, and thermal considerations. Even though the cabin of the Mercury spacecraft itself protected against the rigors of space travel, redundancy has always been key. In the event that the cabin were to depressurize and expose astronauts to the vacuum of space, their Mercury spacesuits would be able to offer a critical extra layer of defense. Super Taram says Mars rover. Oh, all right. I will when I find it. I believe it's around here somewhere. Project Mercury. From 1958 to 1963, one of humanity's first human space flight programs, the Mercury spacecraft was designed to fit a single person who would be sent to test a person's ability to function in space. 6 flights in total were launched, the earliest being a 15-minute suborbital flight, and the last being over 34 hours and 22 complete orbits. Project Apollo. From 1968 to 1972, Project Apollo was the first successful program to put humanity on Earth's moon. The first moon landing that occurred on July 20th, 1969, was actually Apollo 11's flight, with all previous launches testing all the modules, orbits, and other critical data needed to ensure the astronauts could reach the moon and return safely. Mercury. Aha, I can find an old Mercury spacesuit. Oh, it's got worse, but it's got great resistances. Holy cow. Wow. I'll take it. Mercury space helmet. I already have one, right? I just looted one, right? Yeah. Project Gemini. From 1965 to 1966, in many ways, Project Gemini was a learning mission. While NASA's ultimate goal was to put a human being on the moon, many questions had to be answered before that project, Apollo, could even begin. Gemini was tasked with answering how a person could survive in space over many days, how to connect spacecraft together, and how to improve spacesuit technology to operate outside of spacecraft. Leaving Earth forever. In 2150, scientists first predicted... Wait, we already read this one. Okay, that leaves... the Mars MER program. Look for the Opportunity rover on Mars. Ooh, hey, great. The Mars Exploration rover program launched in 2003 and allowed for the remote exploration and study of Mars. 2 twin rovers were made, nicknamed Spirit and Opportunity. While Spirit ceased communication functions in 2010, the Opportunity rover continued operations well into 2018, exceeding its initial planned time by over 14 years. Hey, that's great. We now have a location on our map marked at Mars. Now, finally, we can do the Eagle module. From the Apollo 11 mission, the lunar module Eagle was the first crewed spacecraft to touch down on Earth's moon. Eagle's counterpart was the command module Columbia, which the lunar module needed to both separate from and eventually reattach to. Columbia would take astronauts to and from the orbit of the moon, while Eagle would bring them to and from the surface. So cool. I'm so glad they included all of this. This stuff is fascinating. Project Prism. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic. Okay, so Nova Galactic worked before the existed before the Cataclysm. The creators of the Voltaire supercomputer on an ambitious aerospace project to pull gravity itself. The result is the first spacecraft capable of faster than light travel. The first successful voyage saw astronauts reaching Jupiter in moments, what would have previously taken years. Project Prism. Okay, it's the same thing. Living outside Earth. While long-term missions in space began in the late 1990s with programs such as the International Space Station, humanity began living on other planets almost 100 years later. Small outposts of 5 or fewer scientific research teams eventually gave way to entire colony effort on Mars and other orbiting bodies of our solar system. Oh, there's a Digipick in here. Come on, give me a snow globe. Oh, I can't open that one. Aw. Okay, I think that's it. Judith, personal recording.
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math? I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm asking. We've had no success extracting even a sample of material from the object. No explanation for the gravitational effects, no motion graph to explain its harmonic frequencies. I can't even establish a melting point.
Judith.
But you've had me building these prototype colliders for months. And now you want me to pump helium-3 into it based on this equation you've written on a goddamn napkin?
I just need you to trust me.
I have been trusting you. We keep slamming our heads against a brick wall, getting nothing. And you keep coming up with something new to try. Like, you know what's going to happen. Where are you getting your information, Victor?
I'm sorry, Judith. Look, not here, okay? Somewhere off base. I'll tell you everything. But I'm not lying, okay? We're going to discover something important here. I promise.
Could Victor be a Starborn? Only he went so far back in time that it was before the advent of the grav drive, and so he had to have it created? Man of Warp says, almost misheard Voltaire as Voltaire. Happens to the best of us. And Super Taram says, there's a globe on a chair in the dark hallway just before the tablet you just picked up. On a chair? Oh my god. You're right. Thank you so much. Snow globe. Thank you, Super Taram. Yay, my torn muscle is improving. Hooray!
Looks like early testing for planetary habitats. The looks on their faces if we could show them all that we have learned. This facility covered quite a range of disciplines, but time has not been kind to it.
It has not. Ooh. Okay, I think we're gonna get there later. This is me exploring every nook and cranny, and I miss it because it's sitting on a chair. Right in front of my face. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, so I do have to go that way. Right. Is it worth it? It's an expert lock. Power switch. Okay, so if that's for the bottom, that could go there, which means I need something like this. Nope, that doesn't work there. Okay, so... Okay, if those two go there, and that goes there, then I would need... no, I can't use that there. And I can't use that, so I'll have to use... either that... that would do it. Great.
Shame we cannot just break it open.
I know. Tell me about it. Overall, worse. They better give us an easy way out of here. Okay, so we're gonna have to come across that from another angle. Wow, they're really making us work our lockpicking skill. Could put it there. Could put it there. Ah. Could put it there. Could put it there. Nope, can't put it there. So gotta put it there, in which case I would need this. So then, let's put this one there, and then this one goes, nope, this one goes there. Another emergency power cell. NASA maintenance key. Torn muscle improved. Right. Hey, snow globe. Oh, I can't loot that old computer. Aw. I am collecting all the emergency power cells. Never know when you might need one. There was that room up there. Man of Orb says, weird thing, right after you said, doggone it, YouTube inserted a commercial for something that was dog tested, dog approved. Oh man, they're listening. They're always listening. Oh, oh. This is just... Oh! Oh no, robots!
Be advised that hostiles may be in the area. I am investigating.
And once again, we are triumphant.
Vasco would see his likeness in this model.
It was staring me right in the face and I didn't even see it.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
Vasco's evil twin, says chat. Advanced locked door. Power. So presumably we can... Well, no, it's not a powered door. It's just locked. Okay, that's where we need to go. Power required. I'm glad I didn't waste my time picking this lock. Emergency turret control. Well, they're all dead now. Okay, nothing much in there. Hope I didn't miss anything.
The scope of this facility is massive. I wonder how many knew how big it really was. Okay, NASA research computer.
Security procedures. Check all badges before allowing access. Yes, even the generals. I don't care how angry they get. These are direct orders from the secretary. Absolutely no phones or recording devices. All written materials, clipboards, and notebooks are to be checked on exit from the labs. Confiscate anything with confidential information on it. Access station logs. Archives damaged, running system recovery, partial archives retrieved. April 14th, 2138.
Project Log. Dr. Victor Isa. We turned on the prototype today. The gravitational field around it began to fold as we long suspected. Complete reversal of gravitational pull was observed on dozens of loose objects around the lab. I'm setting up a meeting with the directors to propose a larger test. The prototype proves we don't need the original anymore, but further work is going to have to take place in space. Somewhere with abundant helium-3 and with a civilian partner. Someone with access to large-scale manufacturing resources and computational equipment. Engineering gravitational folds pulling the far side of the solar system closer to us. It's all going to be possible.
And in the next one, December 8th, 2141.
Project Log. Dr. Judith Tatian. I watched the Gravjite tests from the moon today. It was the first time we were able to talk to the team at Nova Galactic directly. So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing androids of drives, expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming and worrying. It could take years, decades, before we know what all these side effects of operating a grav drive can be. But no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
What did activating a grav drive do? I guess we're about to find out.
We must be nearing the artifact, if it is here. We should not give up now.
NASA office key. This is the key I found in that locked room. Oh! Whoa, okay. All right. We now have, I've caused anti-gravity to float into this room. Okay, fascinating. Ooh. Didn't expect this. So many ways down. Jeez. This is just enormous. Oh no! Oh no! NASA scientists!
Did they have anything of value?
Yeah, NASA maintenance key. this is the elevator shaft. Where does that go? So this is the bottom of the elevator shaft. Oh God, come on. Alright, this is the bottom of the pipe network. Ah. Not that it matters, but that's what that connection was. Alright. An expert locked, really? Okay, both. This is for this one only, which means we can solve it with this. Not really worth it. All right, this puts us in at the bottom of the room. That's the door we opened up. And that's the other way that we found as well. So 3 ways to get into this room. But what's that? Ah. It gets us into the other side of an advanced locked door. And we see a bunch of loot and containers here, but I really don't want to waste time picking them. So cool. All right. Got to get over there. How?
Even when I see it with my own eyes, it is still hard to believe.
Okay, how do we get in that room? This is the only staircase, but it leads up to that room we already explored. Must be this. Yeah, there we go. God. So fidgety. There we are. All right, let's explore all around here. That's the advanced lock door that we didn't have to pick. Okay. Another NASA maintenance key. Before we push the big red button, let's read. Prototype drive. Please be careful whenever running power through the prototype. Secure all loose objects and have researchers empty pockets and remove jewelry, watches, etc. Reminder that the core of the drive contains a specimen that is irreplaceable, and all data is under the strictest clearance. Exercise all caution with all research materials and ensure information does not leave this lab. Access station logs, same thing. Recovered logs.
I never actually got to visit your labs back when we were working on the grav drive projects. Seems like ancient history now. Only thing we're doing these days is launching weather satellites. Guess this is as good a retirement as any. Now, Project Demeter. You want our help manufacturing scanners to better track these new meteorological patterns we're seeing.
Our guess is that the poles might be naturally shifting, causing some gravitational fluctuations that are throwing off our old models.
Why do you need the scanning tolerances to be so small? What are you trying to find?
I just want to be sure. It's not like we're doing much these days anyway. The glory days are over. Why not give ourselves a challenge before they write us off in the history books?
August 21st, 2149. Oh, this one isn't read. To Judith Tatien, Victor Aza, and Lan Shu. As requested, the Astrophysics Research Team has done a full analysis of the data you provided us. The measurements of the Earth's magnetosphere show clear signs of fluctuation, often in correlation to the periods of frequent and large gravity wave spikes emanating from the Moon. These gravity waves seem to be affecting the magnetic shield provided by Earth's inner core, and may be affecting the core itself, give the proximity to the source. The data indicates the change rate is increasing exponentially. As our magnetosphere falters, its ability to protect us from the sun's solar wind falters. Beyond the devastating effects of solar radiation, this will lead to something more dire, the sputtering or stripping away of our atmosphere. This has happened before to Mars, a planet studied since the earliest days of space, to see into Earth's possible future. We are afraid this future may be closer than we ever thought imaginable. Some may view this data as normal. There have been historical fluctuations and polarity changes of Earth's core, but this is orders of magnitude greater. We see echoes of previous generations' debates over global warming, and we want the science here to be clear. Like waves in the ocean, these gravity waves rise and eventually crash into shore, the Earth, with devastating consequences. Dr. Luke Andrews, Art Chief Scientist. Large gravity wave spikes emanating from the Moon blew away the magnetosphere from Earth?
I know what I'm seeing, Victor. The data coming back from the satellites is very clear. It's the grav drives.
All those jumps from the Moon. At this rate, Earth's atmosphere is going to start sputtering out into space.
Can the drives be fixed?
I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judith, the last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology. That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline is under 50 years. A blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations, across all time.
At the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now.
I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry, Judith.
There isn't a planet in this universe that will be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
So the development of grav drive technology itself is what messed up Earth's magnetosphere to the point that solar radiation scorched the entire planet. This, of course, begs the question, why does grav drive usage across the galaxy not interrupt the magnetospheres of other planets? Perhaps they'll answer that for us now. Or perhaps it was a side effect of a previous early generation of the grav drive that they have since solved. They did talk about patching it. Yeah, I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem under the guise of an emergency update. So perhaps they solved the problem that was causing grav drives to interfere with a planetary body's magnetosphere, but not in time to save Earth.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa. And if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars, but I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first, but I have no reason to lie to anyone now, so I hope you'll accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything that has since come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space. What price would I be willing to pay for that future? Maybe you don't believe me. Maybe Judith was right and I'm just a coward who wants to believe his mistakes were justified. But everyone has forgotten about the real origins of the grav drive, this artifact from Mars. I hope you make better use of it than I did.
What a fascinating twist. I didn't predict it, and I love it. So humanity is responsible for destroying their own planet, just not with climate change, with electromagnetic shielding change.
It is all connected. The artifacts, grav drives, our very existence here in the settled systems. How did we not see it before now?
Well, we need to get this artifact, right? And suddenly, just like that. Wow. it is. Artifact Psi, found on Mars.
Constellation, you've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you found.
And it looks like other Starborn got here before us. So, you might have company.
How are they talking to me? Mr. Letters... Oh, crap. What new power did we get? Did we get another power? I don't think we got another power. I see you. And there's nothing better than the one that I've been using from the very beginning of the game.
We are the body.
Good one.
Is this a new room or have I explored this before? I think I explored it before. Oh. Steel 101 says, I love Starfield, but honestly, I don't like the multiverse stuff. It gives me a migraine. The faction stories are amazing, though. The Rangers are the best. Yeah, I'm sort of, it's okay. I'm glad it's not time travel. I mean, it's kind of like time travel, but it's a little bit different, which makes it a bit novel. I mean, it's not like we haven't heard a story like this before. I mean, we're all talking about Groundhog Day, a movie that pioneered a storyline kind of like this. Well, it doesn't bother me that much. I guess, would I prefer a story that didn't have multiverse talk and space magic? Yeah, I probably would. But this doesn't bother me too much. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. A half-empty globe display. Oh, this is the other side of that room I needed to get to, right? What? Oh. I think I've been here before. Gosh, this is a maze.
Take the artifact.
Okay. I think I finally know where I'm at. So we do have to navigate all the way back out. Oh no, we got a lift. Yay. Oh, it's the same one. Okay, now we need to meet with the Emissary and the Hunter. Let's do a hard save here. And there we go. I'm completely out of time, so we'll pick up here right where we leave off in my next broadcast. I'm not sure when that'll be. It might be tomorrow. It might be Friday. It might be next week, depending on my schedule. But I'll definitely let you know one way or another. Thanks for joining me, everybody, for today's broadcast. Remember, Scotch and Smoke Rings tomorrow. We're going to have the hour-long Q&A. We're going to be playing a sponsored segment for an hour, and then we'll be live with Alan Wake 2 when it launches at 9 o'clock. And I hope you'll all be there for that. Thanks for joining me for this huge plot story reveal. Fascinating stuff. I'm so glad you were all there with me, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. See you soon. Bye-bye.